Hi, Teddy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. We are pretty much right on time. A little bit late, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
um, so I'm very happy that you are on here talking to us because we're going to talk about the sentencing hearing, which um it's kind of sucked not having not getting to see any of that, but I appreciate anyone that does see it and attend that shares with us. That's very helpful. So thank
Yeah.
you for your time.
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
Well, not
Yeah.
anytime. I'm just kidding.
Well,
Well,
people
Teddy,
gotta
Teddy.
people gotta work in these streets, but
Yeah, they do. Totally.
otherwise. Yeah, no, it's a good day. I know people on here might not like it, but it's Libby's birthday today and Richard Allen got put right back into Westville that he so loves. So
Yeah,
I'm a
that's ironic.
yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm kinda happy. Um yeah, sentencing was definitely different. Um,
What do you
you
mean
know,
by that?
Well, I mean, it was different. It's been 2 months since I've been back to Delphi,
Yeah.
and sort of when I left, it was maybe 3 days since the defense started presenting their case, and you kinda started to see as time went on after the state rested, you would get more and more people coming through, um, people that weren't there for the state's case. It was more defense oriented people, which is fine, but it was at that point we had already kind of established the line setup. We had the same people there every day that would get there, like me at 11 o'clock at night and just kind of sit out there because they couldn't sleep or whatever. Um, so thankfully, I wasn't there that last week up until the verdict because I heard it got pretty crazy. But
Mhm. So
we
was there a lot of people that were trying to get into the sentencing?
well,
Excuse me.
so that's kind of how it was different because as far as I was aware, people didn't know who was going to try to show up, and I didn't know when people were going to start lining up for this. I know,
Mhm.
when the day that the verdict came down and a couple of days before that, people weren't even allowed on the ramp at the courthouse. So I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to line up on the ramp or if we were going to have to stay on the sidewalk. I had no idea. And I had to work right up until I left to go to Delphi. So I was trying to oh, look, my favorite Jewish person.
Hello.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
He just pops in
But
every once. I love it.
yeah,
Welcome, Dan. Welcome.
I can
Dan
go hide
Duchovny.
in my cage. That's
No,
Jude company to you.
you're welcome
That's right.
anytime.
But yeah, I really didn't know. Um, Thankfully, I had somebody there that was willing to go put out a chair for me so I could get in. Kathy Clendenning with the assist.
Right
Um,
on. Way to go, Kathy. We love her.
Absolutely. Um, yeah, I wasn't sure if people were gonna start lining up on Thursday. Obviously, it's sentencing, so I wasn't sure if a lot of the defense people were gonna come out and you know line up really early to try to get in. I didn't know if a lot of the prosecution people were gonna line up early to get in. How it ended up happening was I got home from work at like 6 o'clock on Wednesday, and I got a text that people were already putting out chairs, and I was kind of scared because
On
I was
Wednesday,
planning on.
that's 2 days before, right?
Yep, yeah, it was like Jingle All the Way, like people lining up to get Turbo Man doll. That's
Oh
kind of
man,
how it
that's a
felt.
callback right there.
Yeah, I just watched that. That's why I thought of it. Yeah, so I kind of freaked out and I was exhausted, but I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll get up in like 2 hours and just go. It'll be night. I'm driving straight for like 4 or 5 hours. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
So I went to bed Wednesday at 6:30. And then I ended up waking up at like 10 because I couldn't sleep. Like I was so nervous that I wasn't gonna make it in time. Like I was still gonna go. Like I still wanted to be there, but I was like, screw it. All right, let's go. So I drove through the night. I got to Delphi at like 9 in the morning on Thursday, and thankfully was able to get into the Airbnb like an hour after I got there. I stopped at the courthouse to kind of see what was going on, and I saw some people outside, and I parked my car and went up there. And as soon as I got up there was nobody out by the chairs. So
They saw
I
you
wasn't.
coming in and ran.
Well, exactly. That's what I thought. I was like, okay, people know I'm here. That's what's up. But, so I went. I took a picture of the chairs and sat down like an asshole for a couple minutes, and got back in my car and went to my Airbnb. Thankfully, this time I stayed in Delphi and not Lafayette, so I didn't have to drive for half an hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went there. I slept. I probably slept till like 4:30 on Thursday, and then got up. And it was weird because normally we would get out there at 10, 11 o'clock at night, and people would already be in line. We'd just be hanging out in the line. There was nobody out there. I mean, it was cold, but it wasn't that cold yet.
Yeah.
But I think there might have been one or two people in their car. They parked right in front of the courthouse at 2-hour parking, and they were sitting out there. And I'm like, okay, I'm kind of ready to go. I got 4 hours sleep. Like, what's up? But nobody was showing up. There weren't any extra people. There was probably, I don't know, I want to say 15, 16 chairs. So I wasn't too concerned. I knew that there was probably going to be more family there that day.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think I was 12th in line. So I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I'm here. I came out early. I'm going to meet up with a couple people that I haven't met yet. So I'm kind of excited about that. I'm like, everybody wants to go out. I think I'm going to go out. I'm just going to pull an all-nighter. We'll go out. And then in the morning, we'll go to sentencing and see what's going on. I can't imagine it's going to be too long. I know that Gull scheduled a whole day for court. So I ended up going bar hopping, kind of. Started off kind of slow, and then we went to some seedier places and ended up back at the courthouse at like 2:30. And I ended up with Greeno in the back of my car because that always happens. But we
weird.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
hot.
Oh, it was. Yeah, he was car hopping. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. We kind of hung out there until we saw the news people come up, and they started getting out and doing their thing, and it started snowing sideways. Like, I don't know, I want to say 4 in the morning. So I wasn't about that. I'm like, I've been sitting out here all night. Nobody's come through. I'm going to stay in the car because fuck all this. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I think I sent Greeno up to the door. I was like, hey, go ask them when we can go line up because I don't want to piss them off today. It's not the day. So he goes up. He's like, no, they don't want us up here till 8 o'clock. I'm like, all right, that's fine. So we waited. And then I don't know, it kind of felt like a funeral at 8 o'clock because we had to actually get in line for the first time instead of being right there at the door. So we lined up. Their x-ray machine was broken, which was interesting because there's this one woman that stands by the front door that I would always mess around with because the first couple of days of trial, I wouldn't even chance it. I would take my watch off and just leave it in my car. Then I'm like, you know what? Screw this. It's not a smartwatch. It's digital.
I told you could have a watch in there.
Right. But the thing is, like, you got to take your coat off and everything before you go in. And it gets cold, like even standing out there for 5 minutes. So I was like, I don't want to hold people up. But the last couple of days of trial, I would walk in and just be like, it's not a smartwatch, not a smartwatch, not a smartwatch. And I would just start saying it as I was like 3 people back from getting in. And they would laugh and go, yeah, whatever, get the fuck over here. You're fine. So I went in and I was like, oh, it's the last time I'm ever going to do this. So I'm just going to be an asshole. I'm like, it's not a smartwatch. And the guy was saying like, hey, no electronics at all. I went, hold the fuck on. Like, I'm not going back to my car right now. I parked around the corner.
Like, bitch, this is a quartz watch.
Yeah, I was like, listen, look up fucking Cinto Core. You know what I mean? Like, I brought this in before. What's going on today? Like, I didn't know if that day was different. Who knows?
No.
I haven't been there in a while. So he looked at it and he looked at me and he kind of recognized me and he's like, it's not a smartwatch. I go, no, I just said that 50 times. He goes, all right, come through. He's like, we got to check everything anyways. So I'm like, oh shit, I got a million things in my pocket of my jacket. I got a million things in my backpack. I was like, really, it's just pens and a notebook because I traveled light this time. But it took them like 5 minutes to go through all my stuff. I'm like, sorry for making you work for your money today, boys, but they just laughed and went on my way. But it was nice. I mean, it was really shitty outside, but the courthouse was all decorated for Christmas, so the lights were up. It was really nice. And I sat there and fell asleep in my coat for a couple minutes while I looked back at all the people behind me and I was like, oh, I wonder how many people are going to get in. This sucks. I know a lot of people sat outside in their cars with their cars running all night, but they made us wait on the first floor until 8:30, which normally as soon as you get in past the metal detectors, you go right upstairs and you wait until 8:30, and it was different this time. And as I was sitting there looking up, I could see, McClellan looking over the railing with, a couple other police officers and see a couple people walking around. I'm like, okay, today just feels different. It's not the same. I don't know why. I mean, they're out there looking at who's coming in and whatever, but it feels a little bit different. So we went up at 9. Well, a little bit before 9, they let us up. And the seating in the courtroom was a bit different. So normally you would have the option of going and sitting on the family side or the defense side. And most of the time I would sit on the defense side because it's the only way that you could see anything on the screen. I wanted to see whatever evidence that they were showing to the whole gallery, so I would sit on the defense side.
Yeah.
This time it was like, get fucked. You're sitting here because every other seat is reserved. And even on the defense side, like I sat in the back row, I sat next to Kristen and Turbo. And the first 2 seats in that row were reserved for the state, which is not normal because the state seats were normally reserved in the front and on the family
The
side.
state, like as in like the actual lawyers for the state, or
Yes. Yeah.
okay.
And I know that this time was a little bit different, that like, I don't know, like a proud mom going to see her son win I have no idea, but it just said the first 2 seats, these are state seats. And I'm like, okay, well, I got one, so I'm good. But there
Mhm.
was a lot of people that were gung ho about getting in that I didn't think they were going to be able to get in at first. So I think there was like 13 or 14 of us that got in that first round, and we were sitting there for a while, and then we had a couple other people come in, like Frank came in. I think Frank was the cutoff. He sat in front of me, but people were in different places than they would have been at trial. Like I
Mhm.
know a lot of people got sat up closer to the front, more so than they normally would have. One of the first things that surprised me, so Carrie, Libby's mom, she came in with, she only had one of her daughters this time, and there was another woman with her. And she went over to the family side, and like the family side was packed. I don't know every member of their family, but I know Derek German was there. That was the first time that I had ever seen him because I think he was only there for the first day or so of trial. So
Mhm.
I didn't see him at that point. But he was there, and she went over and there were no seats on the family side, and she was pissed. And I don't blame her
Yeah.
because she didn't want to sit on the other side. But her and her daughter and the other woman that was with her, she ended up sitting literally right in the seat that Kathy and Janice sat in every day of trial.
Nobody
Because
moved for them
well,
or anything?
that's the thing though, is there wasn't any seats to move. Like
Mm,
that's how packed that side was. And I kind of expected it. Like a lot of the family that probably didn't want to come and hear a lot of the stuff that was being said during trial, like they were going to come for sentencing. So I
yeah.
expected that. But she was rightfully pissed, but she sat down and things kind of settled a little bit. And
Do you
then
think, Teddy, do you think it should have been televised even though that the trial wasn't? Or do you think it would have been a good idea to
I look, I'm going to say the same thing that I would say at trial. I wish things were televised only for the fact that there wouldn't be any excuse for anybody to make ridiculous claims about anything. And that goes for both sides.
Mhm.
Like I'm over it at this point. It's stupid. And the same thing for sentencing. Sentencing to me doesn't really matter because the jury already came up with their ruling and now it's up to the judge.
Yeah.
But I'll say the same thing about sentencing that I said about trial, and that is it. Even I felt like I shouldn't have been there that day. I
You felt like
really
you were like
didn't.
encroaching on like personal
Yeah,
stuff.
absolutely. I
Mhm.
mean, even Abby's family, like her grandparents got up and read their victim impact statements, and they both said, we're not really comfortable being up here, but we're going to speak for our granddaughter. Like
Mhm.
I don't feel comfortable talking about any of that stuff. I didn't even take notes during the victim impact statements because I don't know, it felt weird to me. I was there to observe and I observed and that's fine. But I, if this was a different case, I probably could have sat there in my notebook. But as soon as they started, I put my shit in my backpack and that was it.
Mhm.
Um, but no, look,
So
I'm,
so Richard Allen was there. Was he's dressed in jail clothes now, right? Because it doesn't matter. Like,
yes.
and
Yeah.
so was he there like for a while, or did they bring him in last?
So he came in, according to my notes, we were kind of all wondering where he was going to come in from because during trial, he would come in the same door that the jury would come in behind Gull. And, he would come in his normal clothes and he would have yeah, the guys that came in behind him. I would constantly say to people around me, like, those guys would fuck you up. Like they'd come in their really nice suits. They looked like James Bond characters. It was kind of funny. And they would sit behind him and whatever. Today we were wondering if he was just going to come in the back because the jury wasn't there. you know the drone didn't go up in the morning. Normally when he would get there, the drone would go up and they would watch the side streets and everything, and then when the jury would come in, they'd have the drone up again, and you would know when everyone was inside the building because the drone would come down. um this day he came in the same entrance that we all came in, right through the side. He had his prison orange on, which again, I'm biased at this point, but I was really excited to see him in his shackles because I kind of hated seeing him in normal clothes. Like, he was just some random guy that didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But he came in his jumpsuit orange, and he had this bland gray, pullover on. And the very first thing that caught my attention was he came in, he had these papers in his hands. Like he was all shackled up with his little leather belt on. It's all shackled up. He had papers, but then he had this great big Bible with him. It was like a dark colored, I want to say like a dark blue, but it could have been gray or something like that. The big gold gilt edges. And I'm like, oh, please tell me he's not going to present this to the families because I know it's something that he said, but I'm like, today is not the day, brother. Please don't do that. And
Which day is the day? No, I'm just kidding.
well,
I
exactly. I mean,
don't like,
no, I'm right there with you. I was like, please don't do that. This is going to be really awkward. So he came in. I mean, I only saw his face when he first came in because after that they had the guards behind him sitting down, and
What
it was
would you describe his like face, or like what would you say his expression was? I hate it when people like look at people's expressions, but I still don't want to know.
no, for sure. I mean, he looked really the same as he did throughout the whole trial. I don't want to put a word on it because then it gives credence to how he was feeling, and it's like, who the hell knows? But
Yeah.
he always had a frown on his face, and I think that that's natural for him. I really do, because even when he was just sitting there staring out into space, he's got this frown, and it's really kind of creepy.
Well, I mean,
But
like imagine going in for like whether you did or didn't do it. Like
right,
that's a frowning type of
right.
event.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like every single day, there would be times that he would be looking out at his wife and his mother, like trying to get their attention,
Yeah.
and he would say hi to them. Like I would sit right behind him every day. So I would see him mouth like, "Hey, how's it going?" Stuff like that. And it's like his mouth was in this permanent frown, and it was weird. So that's why I'm saying I don't want to say he looked like he was diminished or he looked defeated or anything like that, because it was his normal look. He looked healthy to me in comparison to some of the photos that I've seen of him before. Like, last year, he definitely seemed like he had put on some weight, but it threw me off because he had different clothes on than he was used to having. Um, and once I saw the Bible, like it looked like the never ending story. Like that's the size of this book. It looked like he was going on an adventure with this damn Bible. And I'm like, what's going on? Something's gonna happen. Like this is
Was the
not
Bible that big or was he that small?
yeah. No, the Bible was that big. I mean, he is
Okay.
a small guy. He's not very intimidating, but it was a large Bible. It's not the standard one that you could go pick up at the Dollar General. So somebody gave him a decent looking Bible. So he sits down and Gull comes in, and it was so weird. Like again, 2 months removed. It's I never thought I would be back in that fucking courtroom, but there I was. And she comes in and she starts asking him questions, and he actually talked, which I was surprised about because I heard him say one word during trial, and that was
Yeah.
just because I happened to catch it as he was talking to the lawyers. But this was the first time that everybody was silent and Gull was speaking directly to him. And she said, "Okay, state your name and spell your last name." And he's got such an unintimidating voice. It's so weird. Like when I can't wait for the interviews that he did with ISP to come out so people can understand what I'm talking about when I say this, but he has such a non-masculine voice, but you can tell when you hear it how people's voices changes depending on the situation. You know, I don't have the most masculine voice, but if I
So
was trying to be
are you saying that
what?
like do you still think it sounded like Bridge Guy's voice, or are you saying that it seemed like
No,
a different tone?
absolutely. I mean, I, he sounds the way that he sounded in the videos that I watched.
Yeah.
It's not what you would think, because the past 8 years, you're used to this one voice on this video, and somebody that sounds intimidating, somebody that's trying to say something in a way that
Well, you build up a folklore around it
right,
in your own head.
exactly. But again, as somebody who's been on Earth for a couple of decades, and you know how somebody sounds when they're speaking in a conversational tone compared to how they might sound when they're doing something they know they're not supposed to be doing, when they're trying to sound intimidating to people, you know the difference between a voice in that. And it's just so funny because when you hear him speak normal, he has such a non-masculine voice. She's like, "What's your name?" "Richard M. Matthew Allen." "Okay. Are you happy and satisfied with your defense counsel?" "Yes." "Okay. We've gone over your pre-sentencing report. I take it that you've looked at it. Do you have any issues with it? Anything that you want to address to the court?" And he said, very, very minimal. And I was surprised. Like, I figured that he would be drugged for this. Anybody that thinks that they're going to jail for a long time, like they might be a little out of it and you might want to calm them down. So I figured he'd probably be drugged for this little stint in court, but he seemed pretty calm. And Rosie got up afterwards after he said that, and they were talking about his arrest date, how he was arrested on the 26th and the report said the 28th, which I totally understood because it was a question that I had when I read a lot of the articles, and they're talking about, yeah, he was arrested on the 28th. I go, what do you mean? He was arrested after his interview with Holman. That was on the 26th. So they wanted to make sure that they got in the correct amount of days that he has served time, and Gall changed that for him so that way his time served, it was like 728 instead of 726. So whatever. Okay, cool. And then Gall asked Nick if he had any witnesses, and he called Holman to the stand, which I wasn't aware that they were going to be doing that. I didn't see what the point was. Like, everything had already come full circle, but I had never been to a sentencing hearing, so I was there for it. And Nick asked him, have you been involved in this investigation from the beginning? And he said, yes. Have you seen the crime scene photos? Yes. How long have you been doing this job? How many cases have you investigated? And he talked about all the many cases that he's been a part of. And he asked him, how does this case compare to the others that you've been a part of? And he said this case was very, very brutal, and he humiliated them. He treated them like animals. And that struck me because I had seen everything beforehand, and that's the first thing that you think. Little girls in the woods, naked, afraid. That's exactly what I thought. And I was like, yeah, good for you. That's what I would have said if I was sitting at somebody's sentencing hearing. If you're looking to get somebody put away for the maximum sentence, yeah, it's exactly what he did.
Mhm.
Then he asked about how the community was affected, and he said families were really scared. Multiple people have said this was a community where nobody locked their doors. No, everybody knew who everybody was. It wasn't a big deal. And after this, the whole paradigm shifted. And the families of the victims were being harassed and threatened daily for supporting the prosecution and trying to come to a resolution on this case. Holman even said right to Nick, he's like, I know that you and your family have been treated this way from other people because you've been working on this case and it's been an issue.
Well,
And then
I think honestly, I'm just gonna have to like excuse me, disagree with you a little bit there because, like, I think that they were treated pretty well compared, like considering that they messed up a lot. But or I don't think that people really went after the police in this case. I think the police were always like everybody like loves Doug Carter a lot.
Look, Doug Carter
I
was
definitely don't know that that's true.
right.
I think
Doug Carter
You
was
could
the
just
face
go
of
on
the
Twitter for 10
investigation.
minutes and go back and search for him. You'll find out they're talking about having him killed and shit.
I think it
we're not going
depends
to say
on.
that here.
No,
Right.
I'm saying it's publicly available on Twitter. He talked about it in the press conference too.
I just mean in general, it was a faux pas to talk crap about the police for like most of the time.
Well, and look, people should talk crap about the police. People should put the police under a microscope, and that's the God's honest truth.
Don't be a public official unless you want public scrutiny.
Exactly. That goes for any case, or your small town. You absolutely, that's what the police are there for. You pay their salaries. You should put them under public scrutiny. But this case went on for a lot longer than anybody expected it. It had a much larger reach than anybody expected it to have. those guys definitely got the shit tore out of them because of how they were investigating. They didn't come up with a suspect, an actual suspect that they put out there for 5 years. They
Mhm.
definitely got a lot of shit that we probably don't even know about. So I looked at that and I'm like, well, I don't really know. I'm not a part of that town. I'm not a part of that state. I know the stuff that I've read online about people, and I get it. Yeah, Doug Carter, like, he was the guy. He was the face of this whole thing. If you see a national news segment, he's going to be the face of it. But I'm sure as the the head of the ISP, I'm sure he got a lot of shit for it. But
Mhm.
hey,
Sorry,
so
but continue. My bad.
no,
I advocate them
Stop.
taking lumps. I just shit in this community goes personal.
Yeah, and what are you
Yeah.
apologizing for, Fish? You'd speak up.
I apologize all the time. I don't know.
Stop that.
Sorry for
It's fine.
existing. That's
Yeah.
Oh my God! Grow
sorry
some
for starting this
self
lie.
esteem, you pussy.
no. I
Come
just
Come
it's
on.
like a bad
Hey,
habit.
if
I don't
if
mean I
Have some
actually.
balls. We're
If-
gonna break
yeah.
you with that. You're gonna have
If-
some stones.
I know.
If you
I
need
know.
some balls, I got a little bit extra for you. So just let me
Oh,
know.
thank you. You can.
He's
You can
got
keep those, but-
man-sized balls.
Yeah,
Huevos rancheros.
you know what's up.
Are you a Republican, Teddy?
No, fuck all politics.
I'm just
Who
kidding.
cares? I know you are. It's an inside joke, people. You don't get it. But yeah, so the last thing that Holman said that I wrote down was he mentioned Richard Allen is using religion to manipulate his wife and manipulate everybody because this man has said that he's wanted to apologize for how long and he still hasn't. He goes, maybe today is the day. We'll see. And I went, well, yeah, we will see. Today is the day. If you're going to say something, let's go. I figured he wouldn't, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see.
You can't if he's gonna appeal.
Well, exactly. I knew that going into it, but I was like, well, who knows? He found God. God will make you do some funny things, so we'll see. So that's when Carrie got up to the stand and started doing the victim impact statement. And I'm not even going to talk about those because they're all written out there word for word, but I lost it maybe like a minute into it. And I was like, all right, fuck this. I'm not taking notes. I knew this was going to happen. I put my notebook away and just listened. And again, it was powerful. You hear these people for the first time being able to come up to the podium and look this guy in the eyes and tell them what he's done to them themselves and their family.
Yeah.
And I felt like I shouldn't have been there. It was just it was weird. And I thought that all of them did way better than I would have been able to do. Like I probably would have.
So it was Holman went first. Is that right?
Well, Holman was the only witness that the state called, which I wasn't expecting any witnesses, but that's why I
Well, they
said,
did do the pre-sentence investigation stuff.
yeah. Well, I think they wanted to call him to kind of add on to why they thought he should be in jail for the maximum sentence. Like Holman was the lead investigator, and what did you think throughout this whole investigation? Sum it up for us as like another put your 2 cents in before we send this guy to prison for the rest of his life. And you know what? Now that I'm thinking of it, Nick even said afterwards, after Holman stopped speaking, he went back to the Walla testimony. He goes, I've had this line stuck in my head over the past couple of months. Him telling Walla, the procedure of what he did that day and the whole lying in wait. Like that there was premeditation there. There was something going on where he decided to go to the trails and lie in wait for somebody. And at that point, I really wasn't. I was paying attention, but it was all stuff that had been reiterated. So I was like, well, yeah, that sounds really fucked up to anybody, no matter what the case is. So he said that, and then they got into the victim impact statements. They all did a lot less than I thought they were going to do. I thought they were going to tear this guy a new asshole, and they didn't. But there were certain things that were said that stuck out to me. Like Carrie, when she was going through hers, she said to him, put me on your visitor list. I'll be there. That blew me away. I was like, she's ready to go. Like, I know you're going to
Richard Allen.
Yeah. Tell me what happened. You've
I mean, she's got that's understandable. She just wants to know.
Right. Right. And I mean that's all of us. Like, you've said the things that you've said throughout this trial, throughout your incarceration. Tell us exactly what happened. Like, word for word, as much as you know. Like, I know the adrenaline's pumping when you're committing a crime. That makes sense, but tell us everything. Stop being a coward that you've openly admitted to everybody that you are, and tell us what you did, because these people deserve to know. There's still a lot of questions that no one can answer but you. And so she said that, and I was like, damn, okay, look at you go. She came in ready for it.
I always thought that when Carrie spoke about the girls, that it was very impactful. Carrie and Anna, I feel like there's just like that mother's love is kind of like, it's so heartbreaking to hear them talk about it,
Yeah, it is. Even Josh Link that got up, Libby's cousin, I think that was not a planned thing for him to get up that day. But as somebody who's his age, I mean, I think he might be 20, 21, something like that. He got up, and the first thing he did was say hi to Judge Gall and ask her how she was doing. And she's like, I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? They did the little niceties. And this
Did Judge
kid
Gall
went
cry
in.
at all? Or did you judges cry?
No. Judge Gall, I'll say this. She did not take too kindly to all of us that, battled the trenches to get into court. Like, she didn't give a shit what we went through. Like, if we closed our eyes for a second, she had something to say about it. But when it came to court proceedings, she was on top of it. And I was shocked, because I really thought, through everything that I had heard, that she was going to be a little less impartial than she was. I mean, there were multiple times throughout that whole trial where she told the state to basically shut the fuck up, and whatever that certain thing, the defense was in the right, and they had the right to speak whatever it was that they were trying to speak.
Overruled.
Right. But then there were other times where, the defense would bumble, and that was kind of my big issue with the defense. Like, there were certain things that I was aghast at that they would say, and I'm like, I don't even know the law, and I know that that's bullshit. She'd be like, if you're gonna impeach them properly. Like, she would call them out for their bullshit in such a plain way that it made you laugh. But I was really surprised by how she was in the courtroom. I mean, she did her job, and that's exactly the thing that she did that day. Was she let everybody speak, and then she got her chance to speak at the end, which was another big shock, because we haven't gotten to hear what she thought about everything. She sat there and saw everything else that we saw. So after the victim impact statements, she looked at her papers. I don't know if that was a show or not, but she talked about how long that she had been on the bench. She had been a trial judge for 27 years, and she spoke directly to Richard Allen. She said, what I've seen throughout this trial puts you right up there with the most heinous crimes that I have ever tried. And then she said, you roll your eyes at me right now like you've rolled your eyes at me several times throughout this trial. And I had no idea because I couldn't really see his face during trial. I could only see the back of his head. And
Oh, bro, judges are always watching.
well,
Let
yeah.
alone a woman judge. And you roll your eyes at your mom and see what happens. And I don't
Well,
mean it. I know
it-
about your mom, but you know what I'm talking about. Back in the day when you're a kid, your mom says to them, roll your eyes. You don't even
Oh
think
yeah.
she saw you, boy, you get smacked in the back of the head.
Oh no, I didn't
3
get
days
smacked.
later.
I didn't get smacked in the back of the head. I got smacked in the mouth with a ring on.
There you go. There you
Or
go.
a
I still got a
That's
chip
true.
in my tooth.
There you go, man.
Yeah. But no, I mean she said that and I was just like, oh fuck. You know, you don't I hadn't seen him. I've seen the way that he would bob around or he would make really weird movements during certain days of trial. And I would comment on that and say how that was weird, but I had no idea that he was rolling his eyes. He doesn't seem like the type of guy that would have the gumption to do that, especially to Gaul. Like Gaul doesn't fuck around. You can see it just
Right,
looking at
right.
her.
But that's
So
not gumption, that's passive aggressive.
How far
well,
away is he sitting
disregard.
from goal?
I
Right,
mean
within
he's
3 to 5 yards, I'm guessing.
yeah, it's I mean you look at any normal
It's a
courtroom
small little
scene,
box where
yeah,
all of them are.
it's
But
not
he's
far at
not.
all, and he's right. Oh boy,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
this is
Not the
Yeah,
time
yeah,
or
yeah,
the place.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm ready. I'm ready. No, but I mean, he's literally right in front of her. She can see him the whole time, and
And then remember, she doesn't care what's the look on the jury's face or the lawyer. She's watching him.
oh no,
Mhm.
dude, she was like Sybil when the jury would first come in. She would be the sweetest person in the world. Which again, these people are taking time out of
Dude,
their lives
did you
to.
see her put her fucking judge face on?
Oh, all the time, dude.
I
She
got
would
to
come.
see that live on May
No,
7th, and I was like, holy fuck. You see
yeah,
her coming in smiling and glowing, and she looks like somebody
yeah.
you'd want to go have a beer with, and then fucking soon as it's bam,
What?
stone
Listen,
face. I'm like, what the hell?
to be honest with you, like it's almost like me being at work where there's not that many women around. Like what would normally be a 2.5 outside is like a 9.5 on the inside.
Oh,
Like that.
yeah.
That's Gull after a week of trial. Like she would come in her nice little dress, and I'm like, damn, bitch, okay, all right, I see you. You know, you pick those things out.
Gross.
I said
Well, exactly.
when I saw her that she like exudes confidence, where her pictures make her look like a goblin.
That's
You
cool.
see her in person, and she's like charismatic. You could tell. I also
But
know
see,
somebody who knows her, so I've got to hear that she's really nice in person too. So
I'm sure, like, if you're a judge, like, that's a hard job. You have to sit there, like, not even just this case, but every other case, and you can't even really say anything throughout the entire trial. You just have to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. So you're kind of zoned out, but as soon as somebody fucks up, you go, nope. And that's what she did. Like, I thought she pissed me off a couple of times because, again, we were sitting there. It felt like we had just crash landed on a beach. Our plane had crashed, and it was a soccer team or something, and we're trying to survive.
are we getting into Yellow Jackets now?
Exactly. It's Yellow Jacket season.
I
New
love that
season's
Wow.
coming
show.
out soon. Yeah, I know.
What show?
Zero.
Sorry,
No,
that's totally tangential to what we're talking about. I love that show.
I'm not
Hashtag no
thirsty.
homeowner. I don't care. It's a chick show. I love it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
really good show. Zero. No, I was thirsting on Stacy Diener with her outfits, which she even came in on Friday with a nice
Oh, she
banging red
came in them?
dress. Oh yeah, she came right in them. She saw me and she was like, "Damn boy,
Boy,
Oh.
she
saw
was
you
busting.
before." Hell yeah, fuck yeah. No, but Gall did a good job, and I expected to go in there the first day. I was expecting something. I was expecting some type of feel. Like I get that feeling with people when they just kind of act skeevy and conniving, and you know there was some weird shit going on, and I really didn't get it. And that's why I tell everybody, like, I don't know. I think it's all bullshit. I think this guy's fucking cooked and he's guilty. And everything that I've heard as time went on, like, fuck this guy. I'm glad that he is where he is, and I'm glad that he got put there today. I don't give a shit. But
I mean,
anyways,
I'm gonna have to like jump in here and be like,
you jump in.
nobody should be at Westville. Like nobody should be treated like that, in my opinion. And so I know that's not the popular opinion in this, but I think it's like we can't reduce
He's
ourselves
not
to
under a
not care.
protective
Like,
order now, right?
I mean, Westville is condemned. It's supposed to not be a prison. Like they pay the fine every year because it's condemned. It's supposed to be torn down. It's a shitty place.
They're getting some renovations, I heard, though. Probably
I heard they
because
were
Ricky's
tearing it
going.
down and building a new prison.
They should tear it down.
Look, my status is, I think wherever that guy goes, if he's on Earth, he's luckier than
I
he should
assumed
be.
they would have sent him to Pendleton, man. I didn't know
it's kind of out of line, I think, but
what?
Yeah.
Shouldn't he have like I don't know. Yeah.
If he would have
continue.
if he would have pled, well, Fish, if he would have pled, he may have had a choice in the plea agreement where he went. Like that's
Fish,
one of the things, like with Rex Heuerman, you find out when he was corresponding with Smiley Face Killer Jesperson. He pretty much said that, like, you need to just plea out and not do this so you can get accommodations wherever you go, because you are gonna go.
I think Fishy should just feel bad for everything that she just said and just not.
I definitely don't feel bad about that. I'm a strong proponent.
She's right. It says a lot about our society, how we treat our prisoners.
Listen,
and yes, I think we all want child killers to get throttled and beaten.
No,
and all that too.
I get that. Yeah. No, listen, our system is fucked. It's not perfect at all. It's not. I'm biased on this and I'm angry. And yeah, I like fuck that guy. But at the same time, there are a lot of prisons out there that are they're fucked. They're not great. There are a lot of people in those prisons that shouldn't be there. And we find out 25, 30 years after they've been in there, it's not good.
It's too bad when you were down here you didn't get to go to the haunted prison out here in Mansfield, Ohio. You'd have gotten to see some. You think Westville is bad? Oh my goodness!
Well, buddy,
it's the one where they shot the Shawshank.
Yeah, see,
the outside is from Shawshank, but the inside is way worse than Shawshank. Like it's a big metal structure with a bunch of tiny little cells.
Oh no!
It's really, really, really eerie and creepy. They did all the decorations.
Brosa, I'm not saying that it was bad because the defense said that. I'm saying that prison in general is like the punishment is your freedom being taken away. They're not supposed to actually like punish the people in prison as far as like, but that's for another show. I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah, we've gotten into it before.
I met a Rosa this weekend, and she seemed like she'd like to be locked up for a little while.
Rosita,
yeah.
Oh, that was.
Ay, papi chulo.
Oh yeah, that's her favorite phrase. Come do the shallows with me. Nah, bitch, I hate that song. It's fucking terrible. I wouldn't do that with anybody. Ugh. Awful. Anyways,
okay. Sorry.
Stop apologizing.
Yeah, I'm not sorry at all.
Assert your dominance, damn it.
Okay.
Like Paradox, I will break you of that.
And send me some feet pics.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so anyways, so she talked to him about him rolling his eyes, and the one time that I noticed him that I could actually see him, as she was saying this dude is shaking his head, and not like a defeated shaking his head. It was like a
defiant.
Not even defiant. It was just like an annoyed shaking his head, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, guy? Really? Like, I get it. You know you're going away for forever, but you're shaking your head like you're doing nothing to show your innocence at all right now. you're acting like a douchebag. And you sit here and you bring your dumbass Bible in, and then you sit there and look at the judge right in her eyes and just, psh.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of likely your last moments of freedom, and that's how you spend them.
Right.
He
It's
could have
not-
come up and
it's not
said, "I
free-
love you"
it's
to
not
his
really,
wife
like,
and stuff.
free.
Well, his
but,
wife
like,
wasn't there.
No, but he's not.
Solidarity.
He's convicted and not sentenced. Now he's sentenced, and now it's set in stone.
Well,
Bobby
do you think
Sniffles
that
wasn't there either.
somebody gave him that Bible? Like, did they let him?
I'm
Because they don't
sure.
usually like let you.
Yeah,
bring
they
that
let
stuff
you
from
bring stuff.
prison.
But you know what? The
They
same
let you
thing that
bring
I say with
stuff.
everything else.
No.
He's a grown
they
ass
do.
fucking man. Yeah,
If he had notes or something, they let you.
he
bring
had his
that
notes.
stuff.
He had his glasses on top of his head. He
Do
had
I
his
think the
Bible.
lawyers gave it to him? No.
I wouldn't put it past him. Those fucking scumbags.
Yeah,
No,
I
I
just
thought
don't
maybe
think it.
that
I just don't think it. I
somebody
don't think it helps.
gave it to him like there, or like maybe a family member or something gave it to him, or I don't freaking know.
Well, I heard that.
Well, they weren't there, from what everybody said.
No,
Not his family
none of the
members.
family was there. No,
Okay.
the first
You
Bible
mean
that
you
he
mean the
had.
Patty family, or
I mean, like anybody
no,
who wants
no,
him to have
the Allen-
salvation
and
in
all
his
those
soul.
guys?
There's
The Allen
Bible
family
people
wasn't
go to
there.
prison
that's
all the
Bobby
time.
Sniffles
been
wasn't
awesome.
there to get his, cushion from Kathy like he normally did. No, he wasn't there. He stayed in Illinois so he could make a live about it afterwards.
Shout out Mata.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He's such a stupid bitch. Him and all the people that he has on his show. Is fucking
Anyways, we're gonna keep going.
yeah.
Shout out
so,
to what's his name, Bill Dorsch. Is that his name?
No idea. Yeah. So she went through all of the not the aggravating factors. What's the other factor that, the good ones that could possibly get him
The
a reduced
mitigating
sentence?
circumstances.
The mitigating circumstances. Oh yeah. So she went
I saw
through.
the written form of that.
Oh God.
It was 3 things that were listed. What was it, Fishy?
Oh,
I
yeah.
read it to you the other night.
So the first thing was she talked about his lack of criminal
never
history.
committing a crime before.
Yeah, and she's like, "Too bad. This was fucking terrible. Nope, I'm not considering it as a mitigating circumstance. Goodbye."
His mental health history.
Well, that was the last
And
thing.
there was, but
That
there
was the
was.
last
She said
thing.
in the written part that there was no next
Yeah, exactly.
and
Like,
the crime, so it
dude,
didn't
I
matter.
struggle with mental health. I have anxiety and depression, and it fucking sucks, and I'm medicated for it. But guess what? Never done anything like that. So get fucked. Go to prison. Like, I knew that was gonna happen.
Anybody that murders someone is obvious like that, or
Right,
like the
right.
sadistic
Has
stuff
something
is
wrong with them,
mentally ill.
probably.
Yeah,
And murder
but we
somebody
agree
in
that
that way.
you still get punished for it. The part where the
Right.
insanity and all that stuff comes in is when you go on about your life and pretend like it didn't happen. People that end up getting that kind of plea are people who murder somebody and then they sit there rocking on the floor and
Eating their own shit.
They don't try to hide shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because otherwise there's some sort of forethought, so we get rid of that shit.
Dude, look at Gibbo in the chat, just being a savage. Unless
Gibbo
Biden
is kind of savage. I love it.
Oh no, he's not kind of savage.
Well,
He's the
Biden
ultimate
doesn't
savage.
pardon people; he commutes death penalties.
He
You're right.
probably shares a bloodline somewhere.
I do with Abraham Lincoln.
Shut
And
up.
apparently Tom Hanks and shit. Yeah.
Oh, Tom Hanks. That's okay. Okay.
Dan's got his yarmulke on right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's my keep out of day.
Hey.
His penis yarmulke.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got to have one for the little guy too. Come on. But no,
Sorry.
so she went through his. Stop it! Stop apologizing. This is your.
No, I
live,
will
girl.
apologize for talking about that kind of content during this. It's not the appropriate time to talk about it. You know.
All right. Anyways, so she.
Well, you
went
know
through
what?
his-
We're all idiots on the internet, and we all we don't take
I'm
any
not.
of this lightly. This
I'm
is
a really smart
mortifying.
guy.
I've said it for months. It's mortifying to talk about, to think about. It's the only way you
is.
process this shit. If you're not
True.
laughing and making stupid jokes, you're probably a psychopath, or you're ready to get Rippy the old sewer slide device out.
Well, that's why I always say we're somewhat normal people. We schedule things for 9:30. We meet at 9:30. We have a conversation about it, and look at it. There's no drama.
I was 2 minutes late, Teddy. 2 minutes.
Right, and I covered for you, and it's totally fine because
That'd give me a minute and a half to cuddle.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Good point. Anyways. Yeah. So she talked about his National Guard service. She's like, yeah, fuck off. No, it's not a mitigating factor. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, let's go. Then she goes, yeah, mitigating factor is it's kind of hard.
Yes.
Dude, I was like, yeah, let's fucking go. She goes, it's been a hardship on your wife because you're the main breadwinner. And then she looked at him and she goes, Mr. Allen, it's a hardship for anybody that goes to prison. This is not a mitigating factor. I'm not considering it. She just threw it out. She's like, okay, aggravating circumstances.
Well, you did this to your wife, brother.
Yeah,
your
like
daughter and everyone else.
Right, you had a normal life, and you just
kind of an aggravating factor.
For real, like
that's
come on,
part of
man.
the victims that people don't like to talk about. They're all victims too.
Exactly. I mean, I think Kathy's kind of batshit at this point because she, from what I saw, like she's still like, wow, guy. Guy. I didn't say anything, ladies and gentlemen. It was not me.
I heard it. It was him. You heard it here first.
But yeah, so she fucking threw the book at him, and I was pumped.
What did she say about that? She rip him a new one, or just say, "You got this, goodbye"?
She was like, "I'm gonna throw out the 2 felony murder charges because of double jeopardy, and on count 3, murder of Abigail Williams, you're going to receive 65 years in prison. And then on count 4, murder of Liberty German, you're going to receive 65 years in prison, and they're going to count consecutively. You have no possibility of parole, and goodbye." And
now, Fishy, can you look up the video of the judge that tells the perpetrator, "I hope you rot in prison"? Just for people to know that judges can say whatever they want, and Gull is not as bad as some are about.
No, she wasn't. Yeah, she wasn't. But I was just surprised that she spoke her mind. Like, I hadn't heard it yet, and I was all about it. Like, again, I was just there to observe, and I'm, again, the courtroom was decorated for Christmas, y'all. It was nice. Like, I was down there with all my friends. We were all hanging out. We were tired. Some people had been out there all night. Other people weren't. Like, I had just come out from a bender. I was kind of nervous that I was going to fall asleep during court. And all of a sudden, this lady just starts going off. And I go, fuck, I'm here for it. This is why I drove out here. Let's go. It was an hour, literally, 9 to 10. And that's how long it took for all the victim impact statements, for Gall to put her ruling down. I'm like, let's go. And it was really strange because she got up and the bailiff didn't say, "All rise." Like, people started getting up and the bailiff was like, "Hey, everybody sit down. Wait." We're like, okay. So I didn't even get up. I was just waiting for a signal because they tell me what to do and I do it. And we're all sitting there. I was kind of looking down because I was kind of upset. I was still fucking boo-hooing in my hands. And
wait, what's Sub Rosa says need better mods? What's going on? I didn't see anything.
Who knows? Fuck them.
I think our mods are perfect. Like, they're the best mods in all of.
Well, they're kind of told to let stuff go for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you guys are adults and you guys can handle it.
You got something crazy or something that'll get Fishy's channel taken down or something like that.
Don't you ever make fun of me.
Make sure to tag.
And if you're in an argument with Zero Cool, well, then
yeah, Zero Cool's an OG.
He's gonna win.
I mean,
he's probably the nicest person in the chat and in the panels, believe it or not. Even if you think
Don't lie.
No, he's literally very nice.
Come on.
Deb's in the house. What's up, Deb?
I don't
Dude,
think anyone's
fucking
deleting
Deb.
comments, Delphi Dummies. I mean,
Do you have it
Devin,
on auto moderate,
I don't think so,
or do you
but
have it
maybe.
on no moderation? That could be a thing,
I don't
guys.
know.
Don't worry about it.
listen, tell everybody to fuck off and just be done with it. Who cares?
I didn't mean to
It's
do
all
that.
silly.
I was making sure something wasn't screwing up. Maybe even regular comments were getting deleted.
Shout out to Deb's True Crime Notebook for telling us all about the boring legal stuff that nobody wants to read.
Oh, I love it. Deb's the
She's the
best.
best.
I don't have to listen to 4 hours of commentary about it. She just bangs it out, and it's good. Thanks for
Oh
coming,
yeah,
and on to the next one.
yeah. So they led this man out. We sat there like mooks, and then the defense attorneys left, except for Auger, or as somebody that sat by me liked to call her Auju. And I laughed a little bit because I thought that was funny. I was a little
Ooh,
overtired.
like one of those
Yeah.
Arby's sandwich dip thing, French
Oh yeah.
twist,
She is
whatever the
definitely
hell
not
that.
something I want to dip in
Au jus
anything.
sauce,
Her in her pantsuit and her Subaru.
looking like
Ew.
Hillary Clinton.
No, Hillary Clinton's got it all over on her. Holy.
Oh
Oof.
shit!
Farmer, you are
Oof.
also very nice.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, listen, there's a chance. I would vote for Hillary before I voted for frickin' Auju.
No,
Oof.
you think I got a chance now? You're telling me.
Oh,
That's what I'm
brother,
getting.
listen. I'll be your wingman. Don't you worry about it.
Oh yeah, buddy.
Oh yeah. It
Oh
doesn't it
yeah.
doesn't take much. Scrape her
The
car off.
JD
I think
doesn't
you'll be all right.
discriminate, and I don't have a Juris Doctorate.
No, sir. No, so we left and then we knew that there was going to be a press conference right afterwards because I got a little text from a little birdie the night before, and we went and scoped out this weird, like the place that they had this press conference was very strange. It looked like a Hollywood movie set, just in the middle of nowhere. There was like a little wooden cowboy and a cow standing outside. Like the whole place looked very strange. It's not the place that you would think that there was a press conference for a very serious murder case going on, but I'm like, okay, this is where we need to go. So I had a couple people's phones in my car, and I was kind of worried about them getting their phones back, and they just kind of fucked off and went and drove to this place. And I'm like, okay, I have 5 phones in my car. I'm going to do some off-roading because I know these people need to get on their phones and do some press conference things, whatever. So I fucking, James Bonded it over to this Hollywood movie set, and we walk in and nothing was set up. Like I helped them put the chairs up because it was like a high school cafeteria announcement. It was very strange. I felt very weird the whole time. And we set the chairs up, and I sat down.
After the
People started
conference is
filing in.
over, come up to the table and get your goulash, single file.
Oh, dude, I would have fucking loved it. I was hungry at that point. I was really thirsty, and all I had was coffee, and I was kind of pissed because I needed some water, but I had a seat right in the front row, and I wasn't giving it up. So I waited for like an hour, and you had all these people that do YouTube. They were doing lives, so I recorded them because I wanted to document the moment. And they're sitting there, and like Frank went live. And he was trying to figure out how to go live on his phone, and he finally got it right in front of me. I felt important. So people started recording. That there was people doing interviews up at the front before the press conference went live. And then they gave like a 5-minute warning, so people started sitting down. And then everybody filed out. They did the press conference, but the one thing that really got me was they had the overhead projector and they had the picture of Abby and Libby up there. And that was one thing. But then they came out with the easel and they had this poster that they set up, and it was the two of them, and they had this little quote underneath it. And I'm sitting there looking at it like everybody's doing their thing. You've got people that drove or flew all the way out there to come to this press conference. And I knew that it was the same place that they had done the 2019 press conference. And I'm sitting there, and it's so weird to be in that same spot that they did that press conference at. Like the whole confusion, like, here's this other sketch. We're going to like turn everything on its head and do this. And I still felt like I shouldn't have been there. And I saw the girls, and I saw the little quote that they had underneath it, and I fucking lost it because it was so weird. Like, I had met so many good people when I went to Delphi, just like people that I met on the internet and everything. And you look at this, and you look at the girls, and you think of everything that you saw, and you just think it's about them today. Like, all of this, like, it's all over now. You're probably never coming back here. But at the heart of it, it's about them. And they're not here to experience this. Like, it's a day of joy. Like, people felt this huge weight come off of them. Like, I noticed it with multiple people that were involved in the investigation, family members. Like, you saw it. It all kind of fell off them. And it was such a good moment. You felt happy. But at the same time, you're sitting there and you're so thankful for the people that you met and all the experiences that you've had. And it's so weird to say that because it's this horrific murder case. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I start losing my mind. And everybody else is, going out there doing interviews with the news, and people are going live. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And it all kind of fell into place. Like, this is what it's about. And they can't be here. And like today that it's Libby's birthday, it still
Today is?
sucks. Today is.
I don't even know what today is. Oh,
Neither do
shit.
I. I just know it's her birthday. And like, it still sucks. Like, even after all of this, like, people do have such a weight lifted off of them. But it still sucks. And it's terrible to think about. Like, all this shit that has gone on throughout this whole case. Even though that we have a resolution, and most cases don't have that, it still sucks.
It
Like,
for sure. It's like a mixture of like good and bad, I guess. But
yeah.
how do you think that like Doug Carter, I guess, was asked if like this clears other suspects or if this like closes the case, and he said that they're not cleared and that they're going to leave the tip line open. How do you think that like affected people?
Well, I've talked to certain people from the area after all of that happened. To be honest with you,
Well, what else did he say? He did add something else to that too. It was if Richard dropped a dime on somebody too, they're not gonna say that they're cleared.
He added stuff to that. Yeah, he did say a lot more than that. But what I'll say is there were people that are in that town that live there.
Does that mean they're not gonna drop the documents and shit?
I don't know what that means.
I had a bet of
with
money
you,
on that they were never gonna drop a lot of this stuff because keep it open.
I know that Nick wanted to seal the crime scene and the autopsy photos, which obviously that's a given. But everything else, like even Libby's video, like I want people to see it just so there's not any bullshit about it. But at the same time, I understand why they wouldn't release that.
Well, like where do you draw the line with that? Like what things
right? I think the drawing the line with the crime scene photos should be this. They are public information. I think you should have to go to the courthouse or somewhere and actually see them because the content shouldn't be on the internet.
Yeah, no, totally.
Absolutely.
But okay, so Doug Carter on one hand, he says like that social media is responsible for all these conspiracy theories or whatever. And then
Yep.
he also says, I hope you guys get to read the transcripts, which is like, okay, buddy, like for one, it takes forever to get the transcripts, and I can't
Right.
even imagine how much it will cost to get the transcripts
Right.
from the case, like from the
$1
hearing.
And I think
million.
It's
he
gonna be like
understands that.
but so like then he's gonna sit there and blame all
But the
this shit
news
on these
agencies will pay
people.
for that
Yeah,
shit.
but I think the reason that he's putting the blame on people is because of all of the things that happen in this case that don't normally happen in murder cases. Again, you have pictures
Well,
of two little
let's be
girls.
dickheads for a minute.
Sure,
Shit.
sure.
They
Do it
also
up.
involved social media in the fucking
Mm-hmm.
case and
That's
released
true.
press conferences on YouTube. So, like,
Yeah. You know what they did?
I don't know.
And I think
You
I
don't
think
get to be.
that's
You
the
don't get
way
to have a sword and a shield with that. The
I
shit where they
I
didn't
don't.
release information and kept everything in pocket. That
You're right.
the
You're right.
transparency. That's where all of it comes from. It's like
And one
most
of
of the
the
conspiracies. You hide shit. If there isn't information, that's one thing. When you hide shit, people just start filling in the blanks on
things
both
that
sides.
one of the things that I would ask any of the investigators is what what were the things that you think now after everything's over, do you think that you could have shared that wouldn't have ruined the investigation, that might have given people some peace of mind? Like
Spot on, good text.
I don't think anything could
Here's
have.
something too with leadership, you guys. Who takes the blame when things are awry or wrong? Is it Jerry Holman? Is it the beat cop? Or
No,
is
I'll
it
put it on Jerry Holman
Well,
the
mostly.
well, you want to
yeah,
know
no, but
something
that's
though?
not how it works. That goes to Doug Carter because he's the leader. Like
I'll
that's the
say
guy who
this.
should have come out
I'll
and
say
said
this.
this is
People
what
have a lot
was
to say about law enforcement. However, unlike most cases, this case never went cold. And there were a lot of times, as anybody can see, that there weren't any suspects.
what
There
up,
weren't
Paul?
any people that they could have come through with and said, hey, this is the person that we think did this. They never said that. They
They
kept
also
going
yeah,
with it.
they because they didn't I don't know. We'll just continue, but like I think that
No,
that
no,
is like
fishy. Get your thought out.
I think Doug Carter like bears responsibility, and the police bear responsibility for a lot of the rumors and stuff that was going around. Like they could have prevented that and they didn't. And it's because like he could only talk in riddles because they had erased all those interviews and he was trying to like not let that come out. So he's like, we may have talked to you earlier, but like he didn't know because they fucking erased
See,
everything.
I don't think that at all. Personally, I really don't think that they erased anything on purpose. I really don't.
No, I don't either.
I
And
Because
I'm
they
not saying it
erase
was on
things
purpose.
that they erase things that you wouldn't erase on purpose. It's
well,
everything.
I mean, look, there are a lot of things in this case that people will talk about and they'll say, well, why did you do this? Why did you do that? And yes, I understand. Why would you do that? But most of those things don't work for law enforcement. They don't do anything to exonerate them or make their jobs easier. Even things with Richard Allen throughout this whole time that they named him as the
No,
person of
sub bro. So
interest that they
nobody's saying that the prosecution can't make mistakes
right. Listen, the
or the
prosecution and the
defense.
defense, they both make mistakes, and we all see it. The thing is, the defense, I swear to God, this is why I'm saying I cannot wait for things to come out, because the shit that the defense has come
See,
out
that
with.
sounds what Zero just put there sounds like a dunk until you realize nothing they say in press conferences
What did
matter
he
at all
say?
towards the trial. Just about the second bridge guy sketch was none of that shit matters
Well,
because they can use the public and lie to them all they want and mislead and do whatever they
no,
want.
they can, and I know a lot of people that told them that that second bridge guy sketch, like, don't put that out, it's going to confuse people, but they were stuck. and they went with the first bridge guy sketch that somebody, an eyewitness, had told them, "Hey, this is who I saw."
And I
Eyewitness,
think at the time they didn't have any other information to go on.
they didn't. And eyewitness testimony is terrible. I mean, all the people that said they saw this one person, they all had different ideas of what they looked like. All of them, even people that were right next to each other, they had different ideas of who this person was. But when they all saw this picture, this video, they all said, "No, this was the guy that I saw." Like, we all know this from other cases. Eyewitness testimony is terrible. It's always terrible. You can have your own fucking viewpoint of who this person is, but unless you're in the mindset of, I need to remember this person and everything that they're wearing.
That's not actually true, because there's definitely sketches that look just like the person who did it.
True.
And
there are sketches.
I think in that, the police, like, one of the people said that they waited a long time for the law enforcement to even contact them to make a sketch. And if you have, like, if you don't actually interview your witnesses, like, very close to the crime, you're obviously not going to get, like, a good story from them, because they get influence from everywhere around them.
A lot of people didn't even want to do a sketch because they all felt that they didn't have a good idea of what this person looked like because his face was covered.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you find out a lot of them didn't even realize exactly what he was wearing. Also, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't.
Well, I look at it like
this. The takeaway is realize, out of all this, that the biggest thing you could take away for everybody that's on both sides, in the middle, doesn't care. Whenever you read something, you watch something, a Reddit, a tweet, a documentary, in any true crime scenario, at least for me, now I see there's a lot more to everything than what you're seeing, because I used to just consume that kind of content all the time.
Totally.
And not really think critically.
Well,
Teddy, another question I have is, do you think that, like, I think that they kind of, like, one, Doug Carter said, like, Jerry Holman's not a liar, which I didn't really think that was appropriate. And then also they, like, came out against the defense, which I think, like, in my opinion, like, that wasn't the appropriate time nor place to be doing that, because for one, like, the defense, like, was doing their job, and they had several hearings where the defense was not found to be, like, in the wrong in what they were doing. So, like, I just think that I didn't really, the one person that I did actually gain respect for that I did not have respect for before was Liggett. And that's because when he came out, he actually, like, brought up the Flora girls, and I just, like, that was really nice to hear, because I feel like
Carter
at every press conference, there's no reason that couldn't have come up. And, like, Liggett was, like, a little bit awkward in what he said, but I felt like he was, like, the most authentic in what he said, kind of.
Well, I'll say this: I've
Carter
talked to Liggett.
No,
I've talked to Liggett.
I mean,
have
they
not
both
talked
brought
to
up
Carter.
Oh.
I talked to Liggett. Aside from the whole case stuff, like, he came up to me the last day that I was there at trial, because I didn't make it into court that day. And he came up to me and this other guy. I was talking to someone. There was a group of women there that were very pro-defense.
Shit talking the prosecution and the judge. You guys would be cheering it on. Like, that's...
Look at you.
Like,
You nailed it. You nailed it.
That's team shit. Like, they both should all... they should all be admonished for their shit they did.
Look, there was a bunch of women there that were in line waiting to go up whenever there was a break. And I ended up sitting on this. I woke up late. I got to the courthouse late. I sat on the side. I was looking over my notes. I ended up sitting in this nice, comfy little armchair. And this chick's boyfriend came up to me, and he's like, "Hey, I brought her here because she wanted to come to one day of trial. And I don't know anything about this. Like, I'm not into any of this. Tell me what you think. Like, you've been here?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've been here for the last 2 weeks. Like, this is my last day." And this guy was sitting there talking to me. And as we're talking, Liggett comes up. He was on the ground floor of the courthouse. And he's like, hey, I really hope you guys didn't sit out in the cold all day just to, get stuck down here. Like, that really sucks. Like, he came and just had a normal conversation with us. And I was shocked because, again, any of them talking to us, it was kind of weird. But he came up and had a normal conversation. I talked to him about like where I was from and where I had traveled from, and I asked him how he thought everything had gone because I knew that this was crazy for all of them. He's like, to be honest with you, it was a lose-lose for everybody. Like, we had gone over a bunch of different scenarios of how this was going to go, and the judge made her decision, and we knew that we were going to have to deal with all of this stuff. And you guys definitely handled your stuff out in the line. Like, we were impressed.
Hey,
We
Dan,
thought we were.
Yeah.
you got this for a minute? So I just
Yeah, I do.
Thanks.
Do you have anything
do
you
your
want to hit on?
I think I got everything. I just I just need to go hang out or get my daughter to bed and stuff because she wants
Do
her
your
mom
thing,
when she's
Fishy.
going to bed. Okay, thanks.
All as
Yep,
well.
bye. So yeah,
And that's where we toss one of these in here.
and
Let's get rowdy.
this is where we toss one of those. Fishy is a piece of shite and shouldn't be trusted with anything that she says. It's her live, but you know what? What a fuck.
I should have had her pin this in the thing. There you go. Anybody that wants to come up.
Well,
I just don't want to debate the case if that's okay with everybody else. Like, I don't want to.
that'd be great.
I
don't want to either. I'll probably do so.
I don't know anything more
I
than
don't
anybody
care.
else. But if people want to talk about feelings or whatever, impressions,
But yeah, I mean, look,
I put a link down there if anybody wants to jump in, Gibbo or anybody.
I don't know. Like, people are asking the wrong guy. I went to trial. I don't know anything about what went on in this case. Like, who the fuck am I? I don't know. All I can tell you is I saw what I saw. Like, I went into it thinking that I was going to see some really backwoods crazy bullshit, and I didn't. I saw a guy who,
We're not
to
talking
be
about the damn bullet.
oh, fuck the bullet.
And if you own a 40 caliber, shame on you.
Wait, let me just throw this out there because we got this crazy bitch Erica Morse that's been going out there and talking shit on people's lives. That lady is a crazy bitch. Oh my
goodness.
She's a crazy bitch. Don't listen to her. I listened to her talk. Oh, Bob, the gun that was never shown in court. Bitch, that gun was fucking shown in court twice. And I had 2 people clear that fucking gun in court twice. So get fucked on that, Erica Morse.
Let's just say, instead of going that far, let's just say a cursory Google search and YouTube search, you will find out all you need to know about Erica Morse. It took me all but 5 minutes to figure out that she's just an internet nutto who got to be involved in a high-profile case.
Let's just say, don't fuck with cats. That's all I'm gonna say. But to the point,
or what's the biggest thing? Fuck animal cruelty is bad, whatever. But she also, as a quote unquote private investigator, someone was cleared in a hit and run crime, and she harassed that person for a long time afterwards, and ended up getting in trouble for that. She's
I don't forced
to repay public defenders.
I don't give a fuck about any of that. I care about the stuff that she lied straight to the people on court TV.
Right, but what I'm getting at is somebody that does that shit, you know what you're dealing with. They are a liar, and they don't care about the truth. They form an opinion and go nuts. She's just an insane person. And Bob's the grifter in this case.
The round that we never saw in court. Yeah, Stacy Bozanovsky pulled that round out at court. She pulled the little white paper, whatever the hell it's called.
She basically inferred that Shane Meehan was involved with the thing. The guy who shot Greg Ference. Like, she's insane.
Listen, I know she's insane, but I'm trying to show the shit that I know to be a fact, that I'm not going to let people bullshit about it. Fuck you, Erica Morse. get laid. I think that's where most of your problems come from.
Please do not procreate.
Don't
Please.
procreate, but just get laid. I think you will be better off if you get a little nookie. You'll
Just
be
go
fine.
for instead of getting laid, just go for a voluntary psych hold and stay off the
Just
internet.
stay off the internet, please, people. It's the best thing that anyone can tell you. Stay off the internet. I did this out of a courtesy to my friend Fishy,
And now
who's out there.
here's Delphi
What is she
Dummies.
doing? She's taking care of her daughter right now because she's a real woman. That's
Delphi
what people
Dummies
do.
on court TV. He
Devin,
just shows
you
up with his
fucking go
avatar.
away. This fucking Canadian. We got Canadians and we got people across the pond. Gibbo, god damn you. What do you say? This segment.
Delphi Dummies, are you excited you might be an American citizen in the next 4 years?
I can't wait. I'm going up to visit Dummies sometime.
I done read on Twitter that they're going to annex Canada.
Oh God, all those tariffs, man. Oh
God damn it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby. People are so dumb. I
Yeah.
hate people.
No more
I
owning
really
cats.
hate people. Yeah, like stop with the cat thing.
I don't hate people. It just made everything make sense that that's the like they would hire somebody like that, because if you Google her and you find her like as it LinkedIn or one of those things that talks about she's like a media and press PR person, press or public relations, like, well, one, you're not. You can call yourself that, but you're not. And two, that's it. You're just a hype guy. You're a propagandist. That's
Dude,
what you are.
right.
And you're nuts. I'm such a
anybody
good
with a
investigator. I get on Reddit and I read things. I'm only in Delphi
with a
docs.
brain would know that this person's a nutbag. Like I listened to her for 2 seconds. She's like, I
But
was
see,
in
you
the
don't.
courtroom.
This is what I was getting at, Teddy. If you ignore what you saw with that and you just YouTube her name, you will find people bitching about using her services, how
Oh.
crazy she is, regardless
Buddy.
of like irrelevant to Delphi. You are before this ever happened. You find out how insane she was, and people on Twitter are like, "Isn't it funny? She gets involved with Delphi, and now she's got charges." Like, dude, you gotta think that they're just. You have to. It's like Todd Click. Like maybe the dude's just a fuck up at his job.
Brother,
And
you
maybe
know
she's
me.
just a nutcase. I'm speaking to the. I'm
you're
preaching to
going
the
off.
choir. I think. Jesus Christ. I don't even care
yeah.
that people are nutcases. Just that one happened to
care
be
that-
involved in the damn
Look.
case on the defense team. And it makes them look bad. Could you imagine
Right.
being Baldwin and them, and then after? Well, I mean, you should have been
Well-
able to figure it out because you had more than one private investigator. Well, maybe you have the good one. Look at the other people before you put them in there and go, maybe not that one.
Brian Elvey, you found Elvis. Fucking let me clap for you. Good job. You found Elvis. What did it do for you? Nothing.
I
You're
mean,
a fucking idiot.
Greeno and I are friends and get along, but it's like hiring Greeno as the fucking PI for something. Like, you're going to get this, like,
Listen, fucking Greeno. I'm gonna shout out to Greeno because that dude has made me laugh every step of the way. This asshole from the very beginning. So Friday morning, I had to bring Gambies to the bathroom. She had to go to the bathroom. So I was like, all right, I go, I'm not gonna.
my.
Well, no. Let's back it up for a second. So I was like, it's cold out. I'm not gonna make you walk to the bathroom. Oh, tell her. She'll back me up on this. I was like, I'm gonna drive you to the Shell. So I drove her to the gas station. She gets out. She goes to the bathroom. She comes back in. We're going back to the courthouse. It's literally kitty corner to where the Shell is. And Greeno's like, go left, go left, go left. And I'm like, what do you mean? I have to go right to the courthouse. Me being a dumb fuck, I go left.
Did you do the one-way street again?
No, this dude wants to go to McDonald's. He's like obsessed with McDonald's. I love the guy.
Bro, I need a sausage McMuffin.
Yeah,
Come
exactly.
on.
Fucking Greeno.
I'm a little high.
Hilarious.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Typo.
So,
Typo says, how did Todd Goose or Chris Todd go from Delphi to being an expert on everything P. Diddy? Because he was never a Delphi expert. He was begging people for crime scene photos. He didn't solve the freaking OJ case because that was what he was before Delphi.
Don't read his book.
He's just a grifter. What book? Well, find it. Just find it. I can't find it. I
Yeah,
looked
find
for
it.
it.
Don't read it.
Read it if you want to laugh. It's just
Typo's
Ron
a real
Logan
one.
fan fiction.
Dude,
Wait till
Ron
Barbara
Logan gave me
McDonald's book
fucking
comes
iron
out.
lung.
As I sat in his living room, drinking
No.
his lemonade, my
He
thighs
sprinkled-
became moistened.
He
with
sprinkled
sweet
herpes
bliss.
on the crime scene, man.
Yes, Typo, thank you for the super chat.
I did some trespassing, and as soon as I came back, I was coughing up a lung for like 3 days. I think he's got some anthrax down there that
And of course,
know.
for transparency's sake, being part of the tribe, I'm going to take 95% of the super chat.
I'm gonna
For
take
the
the other
Noah Hyde
5.
tax. Yep.
Fishy
just
get
kidding.
fucked. I'm not taking 5%. Thanks, typo.
That's what
I'm
we
trying
call
to quit my job.
you Noah Hyde tax, you Gentiles.
Who's the real Jew here? Not me.
You're honorary. We've anointed
Hell
you.
yeah. Hell
I
yeah.
performed a bris on you. I was your moil.
Hiawatha doesn't like me. I'm sorry, Hiawatha. I try not to be
Or the
people
way you
hater.
talk about what?
I don't know. Sorry,
Oh,
Hiawatha. I
Oh,
like you, though.
Hiawatha, you don't know Teddy very well. He's actually really nice.
No, I like you, Hiawatha. I get it. Don't worry about it. I
Yeah.
don't like certain people, and
Fuck Teddy.
I call them out. Yeah, fuck me.
He's a ginger. It's okay to hate him. They don't have
Hey,
souls.
don't you dox me.
Hey.
Damn it. But yeah, it is what it is. I don't care. I call people out that I don't like, and they can go fuck themselves.
If anybody is in the different opinion on the guild or whatever, I hope that you get to keep following the updates on it, and I hope
Yeah, me
you
too.
guys get to move on and don't.
I hope you guys get to see
Let
the
this,
article that comes out when Gen Pop hits, and see how
Oh
you like
shit!
that.
Special guest. What's up, Delphi dummies?
Hello.
Fucking Devin, what's up, baby?
Hey,
Don't
what's up?
dox him, bruh.
It's Devin Wilson.
Devon.
Yeah,
Dude,
Devon.
I really wanted to tell him. I was like, bro, you heard this voice. What's up? You know who it is.
That was so funny. I laughed so
He's
hard.
such a dumbass.
What have you been up to, brother?
Not much, man. I a little sick right now, actually. I didn't even think I was gonna come on, but I just bit the bullet and jumped on for a minute.
Oh God.
What's up?
Just chilling. Holy shit! Thank you, Deb.
Shit,
Fishy will
Deb,
appreciate
since I'm
that.
highway too.
Deb
you
says,
don't
"Great
mind.
live."
Joking.
Yes. Thank you, Fishy, to hosting it. I'm excited looking in that thing.
Yeah.
Deb's a real one.
Good
What's
coverage. Good
What's
coverage,
next for you,
Ted.
brother?
Nothing, man. I don't know. I think Crazy Angela's still putting out stuff, so.
Regarding this case, I know Twitter
man,
for
she won't
sure.
stop. She's saying stuff like, yeah, on Twitter, but like,
Oh man,
if I go,
I miss when people have you blocked and you can't see their shit anymore, dude.
She actually
Angela
blocked
still
me
owes
on
me
YouTube.
$5.
She's soft as baby doo-doo.
I'm still
Yeah.
waiting for that $5.
I just don't. I don't know. Then it was Koberger and
Oh yeah, they're gonna jump around and grift around.
people
but-
just like
but they're still going
arguing.
for it. It's gonna be like at least a year before it really dies down. They're gonna go, but shit's gonna calm down. People are gonna realize that there's no hope for the appeal and everything, and it's just gonna
I
fade
tried to
away.
warn everybody, brother. Tried to warn everybody.
Yeah, they just. Oh.
And even if it does get overturned and goes back, I hate to tell people it's probably not going to go the other way when it does. Even if you put all that crap in there.
I'd be really surprised if it goes to the appeal.
We'll be here for it.
I watch a lot of true crime stuff, and hey, look, it's
what's up, Jamie?
Yeah, Jamie, what's up? Yeah, no, I watch a lot of true crime stuff, and I do see, just these old cases and stuff fired at me rapid fire, and I do see a lot of appeals that go through. I've seen things that have been like similar to this case where it's, technically what they consider shoddy evidence, like the same thing that what these people are saying that Holman and these detectives did because they erased interviews or whatever.
I'm
like
okay
stuff like
with
that
it.
actually worked out for some of these cases, and it kind of scares me a little bit.
I wouldn't be scared. I think the case, as weak as I thought it was, I think it's compelling enough for the jury. And even if
I
you
think
add a
so.
bunch of mud to the water, it's still going to be.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay with it if they do it. I mean, people are going to realize it's going to be Judge Gall again too. So
Would it be?
Will it?
I'm pretty sure that's what I was told. Unless
would
she
be dumb.
declines it, and it depends on how long out it is.
Oh yeah.
Like if she retires,
Yeah,
then
she
they
could
come back
retire
in.
or something.
But
Well, her
if
daughter's
it's in the
about to
next
take
year
the
or
seat.
so.
What's that, Ted?
I said, her daughter's about to take the seat, so
Oh shit.
people have some
Wouldn't that be
conspiracies
crazy?
about that too. Well, I don't
I
know.
think I've even said in the past they could have gotten rid of her, and I don't think it would have changed much.
Dude,
I mean, I
people are
think they
nuts.
could have given the defense team everything they wanted, and I don't think it would have helped much.
I think that they could have let the defense team have their Odinist theory, and I think it would have made the case go on a lot longer in court, but I don't think it would have made a difference. I think it would have made them look more stupid. I really do.
Yeah.
As somebody that
You've
said
met
that,
Indiana people now, brother. You think they're the type of people that want to talk about the Trade Center conspiracy and shit?
well, look, I mean, I've
No.
met a lot of people, and there are some people that don't want to hear shit.
Yes.
They don't care, and I get it. But at the same time, nobody matters but the people that are on that jury.
Yeah.
And those jury members, they were. I
Sub
swear to
Rosa
God.
says she wants to see her nephew preside over the. That might be
Well,
a conflict of
Sub-Rosa,
interest, and he may not be able to even preside over it.
I can't take Sub Rosa seriously because I have a preferential treatment to people named Rosa. That's all I'm going to say. But anyways, no, the jury, like, there were questions that I had the very first 5 minutes in trial that they asked, the very first question that they asked. And I was like, okay, these people know what the hell they're talking about. Like, they want to know what's going on. And
Yeah.
this is coming from somebody that knows the case compared to somebody that doesn't know the case.
Yeah.
And it's 12 people. Like, I hate saying it because it backs up what I think, but I saw the way that they were affected by what they saw. And the women were definitely not as affected as the men,
Okay.
but these people, they wanted to know. Like, they were not just there, like, getting pissed off that they were there and they had to go through holidays and all this other shit. Like, they
Yeah.
wanted to know what was going on.
When I first felt confident was when they asked for they requested the interview tapes and the bridge guy video.
Yeah.
Just so they could compare. Like, that's what we all assumed, is they were going to compare his voice. And that was my first feeling of confidence there. And then when it said the verdict had come in, I just had this rush of, I just felt very confident. And I just figured it was going to be guilty. And sure enough, because that just seems like the right amount of time. You know what I mean? They took their time. They went through it. And it turned out that was...
I really hope that the jurors get left alone and they don't come out. I can imagine they go home and they scroll through YouTube or something, or just search for it, and then they're like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to hide.
I don't think they would be that dumb. I mean, there was very few of them that were that young. that they would, want to come out and say something. Most of them were older. I think the few younger people that were on the jury, they were very attentive from what I saw, and they know that this is definitely a especially now, like once they've gotten off the case, they know that this is not the thing to mess around with. I think that they're going to stay away, and I hope they do, because it's just
their
going to
own.
bring
Yeah. So they can be able
Yeah.
to go on fucking Facebook and stuff again.
right.
Really,
And I
it's
mean,
a joke, but it's the truth.
you've got
hounded
people,
to no end.
yeah, you've got people that are out there that are trying to figure out who they are, and like, oh my God, come on, dude.
Yeah,
Really?
it's crazy.
If it was
Are you
that big of
still-
a conspiracy,
Are you still making content, dummies?
I'm just, I mean, yeah, but not like. There's nothing really. We got Slow Joe off the platform. That's great. He's not
Really?
on anymore. Yeah, he's gone.
Did he
But-
quit or did he get axed?
Here, actually, while I'm here, just to show how much of a chicken he is, he before all of this, before he left, he actually deleted like a ton of like most of his old lives off his channel because he was scared of getting sued for all the shit that he said.
hey,
Because how I would keep it, I would find good lives with him freaking out and going crazy, and I would save them in tabs. I had some tabs saved for almost a year, probably like 8 to 10 months at least. And when I went back to check them, I would click on the tab, and it said this video has
Removed by user.
by uploader or user or whatever. Yeah.
dummies, I can't tell you how many times I've recommended your channel to people.
Thank you, man.
And
Don't we
there's
have a
been-
mutual acquaintance that saves everything in this whole community, pretty much?
Probably.
I don't know. I'm not
I
sure.
may have been told that. I won't
I know
say it
different
on air.
people that I know different people that record stuff like that, but I wouldn't think to go ask, and I wouldn't, you know what I mean? There's so many fucking lives to go through. So
Well, I've been pissed because I'll recommend it, and then I'll go on Dummy's page and there's nothing there, and I'm like, fuck, where's the last channel surfing? I know I saw
missed
it.
it.
know
You
what I'll do,
purged them
Dan?
all, man. I missed
I
it.
know.
I miss them.
yeah, it was. I just wanted to.
I
I
understand.
had a
man.
reason for it, but you know what
I
I can
understand.
do is either I'll just bring them back, or I have other channels, so I can throw them up on that. So you guys
There
can
you
go
go.
through them again.
Hell yeah.
Have you considered uploading crap on Rumble?
I have.
I mean, if you're not monetizing it, they don't take anything down. You can upload other creators' shit on there; they don't care.
And they don't do any copyright strikes or anything.
No. You can play movies and shit on there.
Oh,
I've
right
heard.
on. Cool. No, maybe I'll just chuck them up over there and put a link up or something. But
Funny, but if it gets out there and people like your content, you can make your AI videos. People love them.
yeah, I just got to use that as like a this whole thing. I wanted to help out. Obviously, that was the first reason for it. But
You did.
I wanted to practice my editing and stuff too. I've never edited videos before and did any of those little tricks. So now maybe I can go after somebody else or a whole different thing, or
Dude, I found out some of that stuff you can do straight through Grok or probably Chat GPT. That
yeah.
Not editing the video, but assistance on how to do something. Because I was playing around with it the last week because of Fishy over here.
Yeah, I haven't messed with it too much. Did you get her to bed there, Fishy?
Well, she is refusing bed, but I got her situated at least. She wants to wait
That
for her
sounds
dad
about
to get
right.
home, so that's great.
Oh boy.
Yeah, if my kids did that, they'd be screwed. Be 7 in the morning.
She will fall asleep though. If she doesn't, then I'll have to give her a little gummy with melatonin. But I don't like to give her those because
Drugging your kids? Yikes.
No.
Melatonin, it's not.
it's not
No,
drugging
she
me.
said Benadryl.
I tried melatonin once and it worked really good. Then I tried it again. It didn't do anything. So I just didn't bother again.
It's good for your skin and stuff. It's like something that's good for you. But yeah.
Delulu. Suddenly I have a choo-choo song stuck in my head.
Oh
Dude,
god.
I literally like thought it was the funniest thing when you were talking to Noe and like the train started going
know,
by.
right?
Like
That was
and you
such good timing.
it was so funny. Like you were just like so pleased with it.
I know.
I thought it was
You know,
funny.
if he was a shitlord, he should take that song and actually play it.
I
on
know, I
his-
was saying
on
it's
his
like you should
channel.
just do it.
Just become the meme, embrace it.
I thought about picking up the guitar and just trying to figure out the chords to it and just doing like a bad version of it.
Dude,
Yeah.
listen,
And then
I
show
Just
them.
untune the knobs so it's all
I really
Sammy
tried
the
to like
Nanny?
start a
Oh my
Chris
gosh,
Stapleton
no.
song during karaoke and just start like
Oh,
Brad
dear.
and Andy's Big Top Show or I wanna ride on a choo choo train. Like
Awesome.
it's so hard. Like I want to give people what they want, but Jesus.
do it
Ugh.
in
It
the
has a new song coming out apparently. I think
Mm.
what is it, the Four
Maybe.
Seasons guy, the tenor, the real high tenor part.
I don't know. They put out a new short today saying they have a new song coming out. I think in 2 days.
Oh God.
I'll have to ask them about it.
Which one's Chris Stapleton? Is he the one that does You?
He does Tennessee whiskey.
Oh,
Oh, okay, not the same guy. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. Can't wait to see what's next for a lot of people. Some of them I'm probably not going to look back at, but a lot of them I think have learned a lot. Ethics.
So-
I hope a lot of us have learned about ethics.
Oh,
It's
I'm
all
actually
Kohlberger.
gonna hopefully have Farmer on to talk about ethics and reporting because that's something that he feels like passionate about. I feel like, and so yeah, that will be coming.
And I don't think opinion stuff is bad either. Just don't try to toe the line of being a reporter or like you're fact based when you only report your opinions and whatnot.
Also, like let people talk about whatever the crap they want to talk about, and like be nice to each other in the chat because like I think I would be considered like pro defense for the most part. Like in this case, in the I'm not talking about like now. I'm just
No,
talking about
no.
like, those are the
I'm
people. and
I'm
you can't
saying
talk to
it's our
anybody else.
it's our community. Like, that's what they do. They poo on each other like apes throwing poop at each other.
But like I was stoked to have Teddy on to like give his perspective of what happened during like just it's good to listen to people and just consider what people have to say. I don't know.
Hey,
Yeah.
and check this out. Fishy, you're more pro defense and I'm more pro fuck that guy. And look at what we did.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Right, right. There's no drama. There's no nothing. Because guess what? No one gives a fuck.
And Teddy will
Right.
argue for a long time.
Oh,
and
listen, I'll argue. I'll tell
blame
you
it on
exactly
me.
what I feel.
Blame it on me. No, I'm
Right.
just
I'll
kidding.
blame it on her when she's not here. When she's here,
In all reality, if people could take this to heart, if you start getting into one of these and you get super emotionally involved, just back off of it for
yeah,
a while.
step
You
back.
gotta put
yeah,
the
seriously,
brakes
like
on.
go touch grass and get off the internet. Like
That-
And I
that's
don't
easy.
mean it. I don't mean it like you're pro defense or pro. Like this shit will destroy you.
No,
like,
I
I'm
mean
a big
I mean
true
it like
crime
get
person, and it will.
off the internet and go outside
Yeah.
and spend time with the people that you love because none of this shit matters at all.
Or
At
do like
all.
Tommy's doing, play a video game, do something
Right.
fun.
Video
Right.
games.
Go support Fire and Ice playing video games because
It's
It
just
doesn't
fine.
fucking
It's just
matter.
Ice. I mean, he
Right,
should just
it's
change his
just
channel to
ice.
Ice.
yeah, because Bad Dragon is MIA like a bitch. I'm just trying to get him on.
I know I miss Mark.
Yeah, he's laying low.
Well,
He's
that
doing
was
what he's doing.
another going back to that last thing, getting too involved. I was into this case for years. I don't remember exactly when, but I want to say like 2019. I knew about it when it first happened because I seen the video, and or the picture, I guess I should say. I knew about it
Yeah.
for a while, but I didn't really get into it. I think around 2019 is when I really got into it. I followed it for years, but I've had to step away once or twice because I would get really into dark places over it.
I honestly
over
feel
and over
terrible for all you guys because I didn't know the Reddit shit existed. You guys were going deep, and all I ever did was catch up on YouTube videos after every update. I
was
stayed
really
off of it for
into
6
it,
months at a time.
going through theories and possible
Oh, yeah.
scenarios and stuff. And that was when I started seeing all the family bashing, that's when I got mad. And I was like, I'm gonna have to either step away or do something. And that's why I wanted to start this channel and just kind of fire a little bit back at them if they're gonna talk like that, you know. That was the whole
And you
reason.
did it in a funny enough way.
Yeah.
And
Like that
it
even
helped
the
me
people
dummies.
should have been laughing about it. If
Yeah.
you're Joe or somebody like that, you should have been laughing and self-reflecting on why would not that's bullshit. But why would somebody do that?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I should probably calm down.
I just couldn't take that anymore.
Well, I've gotten a lot of very good vibes from what you've done, dummies. So
Thanks,
thank you.
man. No problem. You're welcome. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Dummies, were you the one that did the? Sorry, was it Roy Orbison with everybody crying?
Yeah, I'm thinking
Okay.
about that channel got nuked. I had some
Okay.
other ones. I think Snake.
I
Actually,
remember a
Snake
certain
nuked
person
it.
that was in that called me crying and how
Oh,
bad it
no.
was. I'm like, that shit's funny. Don't cry on the internet. Just don't do it.
Oh man, that's fucking funny. I'm thinking about doing another version of that. I have it saved somewhere, so I can just. I have a few.
Big
other
girls don't cry, or did
That was a good.
did they do that? I think Unhinged did that, didn't they?
No, that was mine.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll mix them
Yeah,
all up.
Yeah. No, that's how me and the Unhinged became friends. Actually, it was just making the videos. We didn't know each other. Everybody thinks it was like that. I know the Patties, and
Because you're all fucking Mark Ronalds,
you
dude.
do.
Yeah, we're all.
I know.
Marks.
Jesus, you know where the F tree is, dog. Come on.
Yeah.
When I go to the bar, they call me the F tree.
Oh no.
Yeah.
See how dumb this is? It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
How surreal was it to go out to the crime scene after so long, Teddy? I never got to ask you that.
Oh, it was very surreal. Like,
Yeah.
I
bet it
mean,
would be.
I went out there with friends, which was good because I didn't want to go out there at all. I didn't even want to go to the bridge, to be honest. Like, I had no reason to go out there, and I knew it was gonna bother me, but it was 2 months since I had seen everything, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Everybody's hounding me to go out there, and I had a free day. Like, to have a free day in Delphi is something else.
What was your biggest like surprise, or like what were you surprised by going to the crime scene? Like, did it change anything in your mind?
I wasn't surprised by going there. Like, we went to the bridge first, obviously. And like, I don't know. Everybody knew that I didn't want to go there. So we went to lunch, and then we went out, and I went to the bridge, and honestly, I thought the bridge was a beautiful place. Like,
It is a beautiful area.
it is, and I think everybody should go there. I don't think that what happened there should be the end point for people going out there because it's a really nice spot. When I got to the end of the bridge where you can actually walk on, like the new part, it was weird because Brad Weber was driving his pickup truck down his private drive. I think that guy is very paranoid that people are coming out there and,
I heard some stories about that guy.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
murder tourism.
yeah, I mean, you get to the end of the bridge, and I think that the most surprising part was how close I felt him. Like, he was driving a pickup truck down his private drive, and I could see him from that stopping point where the bridge ends, where that little railing is before you go out onto the actual bridge. He stopped, and I said something to everybody that I was with. I was like, hey, everybody heard the car. He stopped. He didn't keep going. So this is kind of weird. Like, I
Where
was
did he
planning.
stop at? Whereabouts?
So it was past the end of the bridge.
Right around the corner, the turn there somewheres.
So like, if you're going under the bridge, he kept
Mhm.
going past that.
Yep.
And I could see his car. Like, everything that you hear out there is a lot louder than you would expect it,
Yeah.
because the end of the bridge is a lot farther than where that stopping point is, where the new part is. But
Plus, the
I
trees wouldn't have much leaves on them and stuff in February. If
Right.
it was at that time. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, even when I went last weekend, like, there weren't a lot of leaves on there, so
Yeah.
you could see where he was, and you could hear it, and so it was kind of unnerving. But I'm like, fuck it, I'm not gonna be here again. Like, I'm going down to the crime scene. I don't give a fuck. What are they gonna do? Arrest me for trespassing? Like, okay, whatever. Like, I'm going down there.
They'd give you a fucking ticket and just
Right.
write you
They
up.
So-
generally tell you to leave first.
I went down there with 3 people, and we took the North End Trail, and I went down there. It was so weird because, like, I had seen all of Tommy's videos when he had gone down there,
Yeah.
and I knew where the crime scene was, and he had gone past it in certain videos, but
Hmm.
I was like, fuck this. Like, I had to help people down the main I don't want to say the main hill, but I had to help them down the hill. There's a hill before you get to the barbed wire for the crime scene, and I'd help people down the hill. We had gotten under the barbed wire, and then I was in the zone. Like, I knew where I needed to go. Went there, and when I first got there, there was a tree that, like, all I wanted to do was take a photo of the very first photo they had showed us of the crime scene, which was the F tree in the foreground and the girls in the background against that one triple tree, not a double tree. It's a triple tree.
Okay. I didn't know that. It's
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah, I'll send you the photos.
Okay.
So I knew exactly where I was when I was there, but I saw this one tree in the foreground, and I'm like, okay, this is it. And I didn't think about it. And I'm kind of looking around, and I'm like, this is not the F tree. And I looked to my right or my left, and I was like, no, this is it. And the girl that I was with, she was like, I said, hey, this is the tree right here. She goes, how do you know? I said, because I fucking know. Like, I know. I've looked at this tree for so long. Like, I know the bark on this tree. It's so weird to say that.
I
but
know, man. I've seen the videos and I've compared the same thing.
Yeah.
I think it's good to know the spot. Like, if
Yeah.
you're an armchair detective or whatever you're trying to do, I think it's good to know the area and the exact spot instead of guessing.
Well, right. And that's why I wanted to go down there, because I wanted people to know without having to guess. And you have all these people that were witnesses that were like, well,
Who is L.E.? Do you know?
Ellie.
I think it might be Laura or something. I'm not sure. We could just add
I'll
them and
put them
find
in
out.
there,
Who the
and
hell
if
is
you're
Laura?
somebody crazy, I will give you the boot.
Let's bring. Oops, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
We need to undo that.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
you're
Who
right,
goes
it is Laura.
there? Whoa!
Though.
Also,
What up, bro?
Welcome.
Speak or forever hold your peace.
Oh, okay. Well, this makes me go to StreamYard, which I don't have. I can't see the chat.
Oh, it's our
so-
buddy.
Whoa.
What's
You're all
up?
good.
I know.
Terrible.
My tummies. So I just typed in a name, and I thought I put
I was like, who the hell is that?
law enforcement. Sorry, keep going.
No, you keep going. What's up?
Well, let's see. Don't hate create. I have been dying to come on. So you have the best questions. So keep it like you have so many questions that I wanted to like give answers to that from being in the courtroom like a fourth of the time, and Teddy was in there most of the time. So, and then Delphi Dummies covers it and gets the, the good videos and makes fun of us all, which is great.
It's a good, well-rounded out mix.
Yeah, totally. And Dan, we can't forget Dan is like the freaking man.
Oh, Dan, yes. Well, you know me, Dan. Hello, Dan.
Dan doesn't know you, Ellie.
I
He doesn't
identify
know
as a
any of you.
woman. Thank you.
Oh.
But yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, to
Like-
be there, I could see it. I've watched the videos, and that's actually how me and Tommy became friends too, was because of his videos.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
interested in knowing exactly where, just to kind of play it out and think where maybe how it went down.
Shout
Well,
out Tommy. Whoop,
yeah,
whoop.
no, shout out Tommy. Like that
sure.
fucking guy, he pisses
I
me
love
off
Tommy.
so bad. He, like literally the first time I ever
Tawny.
met him, yeah, he called me on my way down there and he's like, "Hey, I saw some license plates from New York at the hotel. Like, I was just wondering if you're down there." I'm like, "You don't even know if I'm staying at the same hotel as you." He's like, "I know, but I saw some New York license plates and I'm like, "Where are you staying?" He told me, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm staying at that same hotel, but I'm gonna be there in like 5 hours." So he's texting me. I get there, and I'm thinking, we're gonna go stand in line together at night. And he's like, "Listen, I can't do that whole like go out there at 3 a.m. and shit." And I'm like, "Well, what the fuck are you doing here then? Like, what's going on?" He's like, "Oh, I'll come in at like 9:30. I go, "Bro, the whole trial's gonna start at 9:30. You're not gonna get in."
That won't happen.
Doesn't
He
this
walks right
fucking-
in.
Oh, he did.
This
Yeah.
fucking kid, literally, the first time that I met him, I waited all night and day long. I get into trial. He comes in at like 9:30, right before the video is played. Right before the video is played, and he comes
Hi,
up
guys.
to me. Yeah, he comes up, and I held out my hand to shake his hand. And he's like, "Hey, are there any more seats left?" And I'm like, "I don't fucking know. Probably not, dude. Like, what the fuck?"
And he got in.
Yeah, he got in. He sat right behind me the first time I saw that video played. I'm like, "What the fuck? How did you get in?" Like, everybody sat outside all night long, and somebody left for you to get in at this perfect time. So he saw that.
Well, Teddy,
And
didn't
then-
they switch the rules every day? Like it was like today, here's this rule, and then now it's going to be you can get in at lunch, and so. But yeah, he just no anxiety. He started right in and got in perfectly.
Well, they kind of switched the rules a little bit.
Something I
Like-
was taught delivering stuff. Walk in like you own the place.
You shut up, you Jewish fuck. God damn it.
I'm on the defense team. I need a seat.
How did I know? No, I mean he just was not about staying in the line at night. He wanted to get his beauty sleep, and he did. And
Well,
like
in
I
his
said-
defense, I think he had just switched over to first shift from thirds.
well,
not
listen,
too long
Yeah,
before.
that's
that.
right.
In-
They switched over shifts or something.
in his defense, he fucking played it really good because he was there on the important days. I mean,
No, honestly,
we-
in his defense, so he did not. It changed every day, and he happened to go in on the good days because it wasn't like it was when we went for the trials before, like the 3-day hearing. So I think he was expecting it to be like that. So I was like, "You got lucky," because I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna get in." Like so,
well,
he really didn't mean to play it that way. But he,
Ali,
sitting by him, he plays tic-tac-toe with himself in court. So
he does. I mean, Ali, we
It's a
all
fun
know,
game because no one should ever win it.
right? Well, when you're playing with Ellie, I mean,
Or if you're playing
It
with
is what it
yourself,
is.
then
yeah,
so
exactly.
he's playing with himself in court, basically.
He's in there shaking it more than twice.
Well, so what I want to say is like that first week, yeah, Tommy came in the day of the video, and like we had a good conversation because the first time that they play the original video, like I heard everything. I heard Bridge Guy say guys down the hill, and he told me I only heard guys. And I was like, how is that? I didn't understand. And then I sat one row behind where I sat the first time, and that's where he was, because he left. Like, Tommy is a fucking ghost. He just leaves.
Yeah, he told me that kind of made him feel sick and terrible.
Yeah, it did, and that's kind of where I was getting at. Like, he
Yeah.
left, and it was the first day that I actually stayed the whole day, and at that point, I was literally in the same seat, but one row behind where I was the first time. And that time, I had only heard guys because of the way that she was holding that phone. Because she had her hand over the microphone, like it was very muted, but it was very loud. So Tommy he was there that day. I don't know if he was there again for another day. Like, there was one day I made him laugh because I did the little Twilight Zone thing with my glasses, but he wasn't there that often. But that second week that I
broke your
went,
glasses?
no. Like, my eyes, like, I'm fucking blind, dude. Like, I had my contacts in, and I totally, I don't want to say I scare everybody, but I put
My old lady's like that.
Oh yeah, like, it's bad.
She'll ball her eyes out if her glasses get broken.
So I realized, like, I should not wear my contacts and I should just wear my glasses so I can actually see something. And it was a bad idea, but I was so sleep deprived that I'm like, yo, Tommy. Wow. He was sitting in the row across from me, and I started doing the Twilight Zone thing, like the do 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 do. I was moving my glasses back and forth, and he started laughing. But the second week that I was there, that Monday is when they redid the crime scene stuff, when Cicero got up. And at that point, it was the second week, and I was done with all of it. Like, I wanted to see some of the specific photographs, but I literally ended up turning my head the whole time because, like, I didn't want to see it. It was too much.
Yeah.
And he was in the same boat. Like, he's like, I don't give a fuck at this point. Like, and he hadn't even been there that much, and he was still like, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
so yeah, it was very tough.
I think people get to a point of like hearing what they need to hear, and then they feeling like, okay, I'm good. Because I know I had that feeling at the 3-day trial. Like, the last day, most people couldn't be there, and it was the whole Perlmutter thing for like 6 hours. And I left, and I was like vomiting, and just because of dehydration and all this. But I think that's what I needed to hear. But also, like, the amount that we were cutting up in the first week and before, like, we were passing notes and all this stuff, and then like Tommy was literally completely falling asleep sitting up. We learned Goal's not going to take that. When did Goal start laying down the law for that last week? I heard it was scary.
Goal kind of started laying down the law from the beginning, but I think people didn't start showing that they were tired for a couple of days. But I really think with Tommy, like, we saw everything very plainly that second Monday, and it was rough. Like, they showed us, like I went down to the crime scene and I tried to take the photos that I saw in court. Like, I tried to take them from the angles that I saw.
Yep.
Because I wanted people to know, like, that was the biggest thing for me. I didn't want to see the girls. I wanted to see where it was. I wanted to see the topography of the area. I wanted people to understand this is where they were, and this is why people might not have understood why they were not seen at first. And, like, it was on the other side of the football field.
Yeah, I could see that too. Like, people say, like, how could they miss them? But you're not looking for that.
Right, and you're not
Zero and I talked about doing. You told me about the sticks blocking, like, the profile of the girls from the side angle from the bridge.
Yep.
And Zero and I were talking about going out, having me go out to my house and do it, take pictures from different angles to see if put them similar to what that is and see what it actually
Tiny
does.
flashlights
that-
through the-
And
through
and
the
that
dark.
log that was by
Mhm.
Libby against that tree, like I'm
Yeah,
just looks
4 or
like
5
don't-
inches wide and really long.
I don't know how to do shit as far as editing with videos, but I'm gonna do that in the next couple of days. Like I've been at work, I've been fucking exhausted, but I really plan on doing something to show people like this is exactly where they were. This is exactly the angle that they showed us where they were from. And they showed us it from the daytime and in the night. The nighttime photos were fucking nightmare fuel. Like
Yeah.
it was terrifying.
Yeah.
And I was one of those people, like I wanted to see. It's totally different when you're in there with the families and you know that.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
know,
first
man,
time
it's-
that they've seen them
Yeah.
throughout this whole thing. And like the day that we saw them, like I was rough. I was fucking rough. I thought I had gotten all of it out of me. They started showing
I-
those, and I'm like, I don't even
I
need
remember
to see
talking-
these anymore. Yeah. Like I don't even need to see this anymore. I paid attention to certain things like, hey, this is the blood stain on Libby's thigh from where she sat down and she had all the shit run down her leg. Like I looked back at that, or this is the tear that was running down the side of her face. Like I would look back
That's
at that.
heartbreaking, isn't it?
Right. But I would turn away because like I didn't give a fuck at that point. I knew what was going on. I knew who was guilty. I didn't want to see that. It broke my
Of
heart.
course not.
And Tommy felt the same way. Like I remember leaving. There was a moment that they gave us a break and he came up to me and he said, "Hey, I'm getting out of here." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't blame you. I really don't." After this past week with all the shit they showed us, like the only thing that I'm thinking is if the families are going to be in there, I'm going to be in there. Like I bitched out the rest of the time. When they did the autopsy day, I stayed in there for the morning half, and then the second half, I was like, "Nope, get me the fuck out of here. I'm
Probably
going
would've
back
felt
to my
pretty sick
hotel."
after that. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just like, I don't give a fuck. I need to go back to my hotel and try to go to sleep because I have to be out here again in the morning. I don't care. But he was like, "No, I'm good."
Well, then
I'm
they
like,
showed
dude.
it all again, right, for the DNA day.
Well, nope. DNA day, they didn't show shit.
Because I think Bossy went. Yeah, I think
Well-
Bossy went the one day right after the thing,
No,
and they showed
no.
everything, a bunch of it again.
Bossy went a couple
'Cause-
of days. I mean, she sat right next to me a couple of those days.
Yeah, I
but-
know what she said. One of the days they brought everything up. I thought that's the day you guys said they left one of the pictures just up on the screen.
Were you
Well-
were you there for that one, Laura? For that day?
Oh, well, that's why I think this is very interesting because it's like we could go day by day and then think like who was there and what did they see? Because I go back to what
Who's Laura?
who's
Laura.
asked who asked Teddy.
Yeah, she's
Yeah, who's Laura?
she's
I
underneath
don't know
you.
who that is.
Teddy. Oh, it's me.
No.
I texted you. Just
It's me, I'm Mario.
sorry.
I'm just trying to protect you, dog.
oh shoot! Right. I mean, who cares? No, I meant to put like I meant to put more than LE. Like I'm not trying to be undercover law enforcement.
No,
right
you're
now.
fine.
sir.
You're good.
You're okay.
You're
You're
good.
okay.
Okay, but
I was
you
just
guys-
making sure when I asked, I was making sure a nutcase didn't jump on here because you'll have people
Yes.
doing that,
Yeah.
showing their
Thank you.
weenies and stuff.
So I passed the nutcase test, Dan.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay, I literally have kind of just jumped off of YouTube, but then it was like I'm only listening to like Don't Hit Create, and it was like you guys had a 5-hour live, and so I kind of like played it, and then like it was a night where I was like kind of up and at for a couple of different reasons, and I didn't sleep because I was laughing so hard.
Which
I
one?
mean,
Yo, she jumped off. I hope we didn't like hijack her.
No,
stream.
You
no,
said she's
no,
coming
no.
back.
Hey, she has me take over it when we can go all night if you guys want to.
I'll be on for a while.
That's why
Oh,
she
what were you
has
guys
me
talking
around.
about? I don't
She gets
know.
bored of talking,
Delphi
and then
Dummies doesn't have that milk in his system.
But so it was a very serious thing at first. So anyway, I started listening to I guess I put it on and then listened to it because there's a different perspective. I saw the video only from the enhanced version, and that's the only thing I saw.
Wow.
And then other people, though, they saw both the unenhanced and then the enhanced. And then so I also heard that where you were sitting, you either saw, you couldn't see it and you could hear the sound or not. So I think this is all an interesting take. And I kept trying to visualize what you were explaining, Teddy, and I couldn't understand. Like, when does it go landscape to I couldn't figure it out.
Yep.
But all I know is that what I would say that what I saw, because I think it was on the last one of the last days or whatever, he was way closer to her than I imagined, and it was the stuff of nightmares. Like,
That's what Teddy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what Teddy said. It was.
and I don't know how to describe
horror
it.
movie.
Like,
Worse than a
Yeah.
horror movie.
And you know,
It's gonna be
thing
public,
about it-
guys. That's the thing.
Really?
It will
You know
be.
what?
Yeah, it's
I
going
hope
on.
I hope it's not, but I think it
I
should.
thought they
be.
said it at the press conference that was all going to come.
They
out.
didn't. They didn't say anything like that at
It's
the
up to
press
the
conference.
judge.
Right. I heard that
transcripts. Yeah.
everything is up to the judge.
They're
My
gonna have
thing is,
transcripts. They should.
I really, really want people to see both the
Well,
original.
it
I
is
wanna
up to the
see it,
judge,
but at the
guys.
same
But there's
time, it's
supposed
their
to be
final moments captured alive.
Yep.
So I just can't
There's-
see it. I can't see it.
there's supposed to be good reason for it, because
I would
otherwise
like to see
FOIA
it.
and the
You
higher
know,
court.
I will tell you this. That
I wish the crime scene photos would have never been leaked, and that would have been leaked instead.
Right. I want this is the thing. I don't want just the original to be
Yeah.
put out there. I want the original and the enhanced to be put out there.
Mhm.
That way, when people talk bullshit, everybody can see what's being said. Because again, when we saw the original, we saw it twice in the same day, and then
Well,
the
dude,
next day,
remember this. Have you seen all the stupid videos of people saying he had everything from a gun to a lantern to a baseball bat to
You
a
can't-
knife?
right,
Like,
you
this is
can't
what
tell.
people are going to do when it comes out.
Right,
You'll
no
watch,
one
two
can
people
tell.
will watch the same thing and see two different things
Right,
or whatever
and
they
I
want to
understand that, but at least then they can look at the video and analyze it. I don't
Oh.
care after that.
No, I get you. I get what you're saying, because you also have the same psycho people that are going to say, "I see a
Yeah.
puppy right here," or "I
Yeah,
see."
they're going to say,
Yeah.
there's Elvis Fields, and it's a tree branch.
But
Right.
but before then, I like the idea of, I was trying to visualize, Teddy, like what you saw. Like, I don't understand how she turned it, how she when
Right.
she jumped on the, like, so that's what kind of what I want.
And that's exactly what I tried to say when I was talking about the original, because in the original, I have a good idea. Like, literally, I'm such an asshole. When we went to the bridge, like, I tried to go over the little railing thing, but I knew that Weber was watching us, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well,
You know,
I really want to go to the crime scene, and I'm kind of feeling weird about this, so I'm gonna go down there and not take my chances here. But
we'll
it's
just have to ask Jinx, because at this point, like, Brad Weber got accused. I'm sure he'd be like, "If you guys are coming here to show the truth, then
yeah,
Go ahead,
but
come on my land."
I think that dude's kind of nuts, and I like he put the fear of God in me. Like, we were down at the crime scene, and he had multiple vehicles on that private access road while we were
Yeah.
down there, and it freaked me the fuck out.
I have a story. A friend told me that when they got caught down there, and he went nuts. I'm gonna keep any names out of it, but I have a friend.
bet.
It's not Tommy, but somebody went down there, and they were on his property, and he showed up out of the blue, and he went nuts on a bunch of them. And there was a woman there, and she said something like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir," and he goes, he's just raging, and he goes like, "Fuck you, you bitch." Blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. Yeah. How would you like it if I show up at your front door? What's your address? Like, intimidating this woman.
Yeah.
And he was
I'll
going
tell
nuts.
you
His
what.
backyard.
If you go on TikTok, and it's only on TikTok, because I already saw the YouTube Hidden True Crime. Like, I went down there with her and her assistant,
Yeah.
and she's got like a green fucking poncho on. I called her Bridge Girl the whole time that we were down there, because I thought it was funny. In that video, she's like, "Oh, can't you see that car back there?" Like, the whole time I was hiding behind the tree with her assistant, and I'm like, this is fucking crazy. Like, I kind of want to get out of here. I already got all the shit I need. And her and Susan Hendricks are fucking taking videos. I'm like, bitches, let's go. Like, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But
Shady spot.
it's crazy. Like, I took a video from the creek. Like, I wanted people to see where the creek was compared to where the girls were found.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not that far. And
Nope.
from where that private road is, you can hear everything. If a car comes down, you hear it. And
Absolutely.
they stop and they watch you. And I'm like, look, I'm all about trespassing, but they're
We're gonna call the cops.
yeah,
Or
I'm
something.
like, dude, I'm not trying to come to a different state and get in trouble. So let's get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't have a YouTube channel to be like, hey,
Yeah,
come
you
watch
do
me.
actually.
Yeah, I do.
You
Well,
got enough connections. You'll be all right.
it's coming up, but I don't have anything on there
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
Susan Hendricks, man, you hit her up.
Oh
Be
yeah.
like, hey, I need your
dude,
help,
Dan,
girl.
I
Save me.
got something for you. Hold on. I'll send you
I like
something.
Susan. She's cool.
Hell
Dude,
yeah.
Listen, Susan Hendricks, let me tell you something. Her and Barb McDonald, fuck Barb McDonald right in her asshole.
Yeah, she put out a lot of wrong
Susan
shit.
Hendricks is the most down to earth fucking person you can
man.
ever meet.
She seems
Has
like
anyone watched
Oh.
the Hulu shit that's come out? Is it trash? That's something I was going to
It's
ask
trash.
earlier. So, being that we've all been obsessed
Listen.
with this shit for a long time. I feel like it sucks because we can't enjoy the documentaries that come out about it because you're gonna scream at your television. Like,
Susan-
that's not right.
They
I don't think
No,
Susan's
I
on
don't
Hulu.
think Susan did.
no,
No,
Susan
but there is a
in that.
documentary that's coming out right now.
Oh, okay.
Susan is in that. She filmed it like the second or third day. Because I asked her, I was like, bitch, when the fuck did you have time to film
Teddy's
this?
back's in there.
And she's like, yeah, my back is in there. Like, me and Jinx were like, no, I'm good. I told the dude, that was the first day that I was there, and they came up and they were like, hey, I'm from ABC News. And I was like, nope, get fucked. No, it's not the time. I'm good. They're like, oh, well, we wanted to know how long you've been here and where you came from. And I'm like, oh, ask the people next to me. And there were 3 or 4 people next to me that were like, oh, we're going to be on Court TV. Oh, yeah. And they went down there, and Greeno came out of nowhere, and he was like, oh, hey, they're doing an interview. And I'm like, yeah, bro, like, go fucking plug the brand. He's like, why not? I'm like, yeah, go do it. And he went down there, and of course, he's the only one they got on camera. And they did the fucking interview with him. I was dying.
Oh,
Thank you, Sub Rosa.
Oh, dude,
sorry.
fucking
Um,
Greeno.
I dropped that
nothing-
because it puts me in as her. So I'm in there also. in that
Nothing but
Discord.
love and respect for
Be there
Greeno.
too.
He's a fucking goon. I love him.
Teddy, I'm just gonna also say that I know when you address Miss Susan, you don't call her, "Hey, bitch."
Oh no, well no, but like we're BFFs and
Yeah.
like
I know. So you're
no.
giving a
Susan,
dramatic
Susan, I met Susan Hendricks in the gas station, and I had already bought her book and
She's
read it.
legit.
Oh no, she
Legit,
is.
yeah.
She is so down to earth. She's a phenomenal person.
Well,
And
Is Don't Hate Create coming back up? Because she had a really good question. That's why I wanted to come up here about the bridge and what you saw that was different, Teddy. So I wanted to kind of because I walk up the creek.
What's
'cause
your
if
question?
she
Or what
asked about,
question do you want to address? Because I can.
Oh,
she asked me
message
what
her
was
or-
different about the crime scene that I thought was different. And to be honest with you, there
crime
was
scene or
nothing-
the whole area?
Well, she asked me about the crime scene, but I'll say this about the whole area. I walked up to the bridge and nothing surprised me. Like, I was joking around the whole time that I went up there. Like, I was like, oh, everybody was worried. I was taking a video because everybody was so pumped for me to go to the crime scene because I said, I don't want to go there. And they were really mad that I didn't go there. And I was just like, look, there's no reason for me to go. I don't want to go and see it. It's just going to make me mad. And I went up there finally. I was like, it's 2 months removed from everything.
It's catharsis, brother.
Right. And I said, I finally have a day that I don't have to be at court. I'm going to go up there. Like, I want to go and experience it. So we went up there, and it didn't surprise me at all. It was the same thing as being in court. It didn't surprise me at all. It felt normal because this is what I do with my life on a normal, like, I get home from work and I look at this case and I'm like, okay, whatever. Right. Like,
I've looked at so many videos and Google Earth and everything over the years that I did have an urge to go there at one point, but just over time I've seen enough that I almost feel like I've been there, just so many videos, private videos that people did for me and stuff.
We walked down there and I knew exactly where to go. Like, I helped them down the hill, and then we went under the barbed wire. And then after that, I left all those bitches way in the back, and I went right where I needed to go.
You're describing, like, okay, this is a good point, because so we are all describing different ways to get there. Because you probably went that way that was down to the left of the path, left of the bridge, so that we're not passing.
Yep.
Okay, right. So I've been that way too. I have never gone across the bridge because I'm afraid of the bridge. I've gone up the creek, but actually then gone to the end, then gone down the hill, then gone right across. So even I have a picture of me, your videos of me in that creek, and I figured they would have gone to the path of least resistance. They would have run across the sandbar, but no, actually,
they did.
They didn't. I don't think so. I think they went straight across,
and
then that makes them climb up 2 stories.
Laura,
239. Yeah,
Laura, I'll send you the video. They went across that sandbar. And
well,
you want to know
they across the sandbar, but I thought that they were going back towards where that little dip in the ravine.
Well, no, I know where you're talking about. I definitely get it. Where they were compared to where the creek is, like, I took a video of the creek compared to where they were. And it's not that far. It looks far from the video. Like, it's hard. You've been there.
Oh,
so
no.
I think she's talking about going up the bank.
Yeah, thank you. That's
No. Absolutely. Like,
then once you went up,
no matter where you go up on that bank, it's kind of fucky. It really is.
Well, that's gross.
This is interesting because I have a question about this. Isn't there, I think it's Liggett, isn't there pictures taken by that Diener guy? Isn't it some photographer named Diener? And he's got...
You're thinking of the judge.
There's a...
Or the lawyer.
But it's Liggett. It's Liggett up on the bank, and he's looking down that muddy bank, and it looks like there's footprints. So do you think that they went up there, or was that searchers?
So where they were, where that bank is, I can't tell you.
Keener. Sloothy Goosey says Keener.
You know what?
Okay, go ahead. What? I'm just because I've seen that picture and I've just assumed that was where they went up.
I'm gonna send you something real quick.
Oh, did we lose Laura? Laura, if you're still around, you want to come back in? I can throw another link down, or just if you come in the chat, just let me know, or I can toss another link down. You're welcome to come back.
I think she loses.
J. Kyle or something. J. Kyle Keener.
Yeah,
thank you,
I used to be able to find that actual page on Facebook. Like, it was, I think it was almost made like a private thing. It was really hard to find, but they did have those pictures, and that's just where I assumed they went up. But I mean, that could be searchers too.
Well, I don't think we'll ever know where they went up, but
and that's why I wish we had just a more clear, of what went down.
No, I got it.
I have the picker. I could probably find it, Sleuthy, but I know that That's just what I thought, was that they went up there,
Let me see. Let me find you.
but maybe not.
I cannot share
Climb
anything on here unless one of you guys are on the computer. If you want,
Yeah, I'm gonna try to like actually put
or
a
if Sluty
decent
has it,
video
if he wants to
together
come up
because-
here. I'll put it in there. It doesn't matter. I just can't do it because I'm on mobile. But anybody else that can
Well,
share it,
with
I can pull it up.
It's not. I think we've all seen the pictures enough. It's just that's like, what do you guys think? There's obviously some dents put in there. I can see it, and it looks like he's looking down at it. So is that just a random picture where he just happened to be, like, maybe he's looking at the grass for something? Or
To be honest with you,
Is that the one on the bank, like right by the creek?
Yeah.
I was thinking the hill off the. Okay. Yeah.
like
No.
and up to the crime scene.
Okay.
Mother effer.
What were you gonna
I
say,
hate
Teddy? I
Discord.
didn't hear you, brother.
No, I hate Discord because you can't send anything longer than a minute.
Mm.
Hold on. Let me see if the one from the
Could have been
creek.
looking for prints. Yeah, it could have been. He could have just been walking through there, making sure there wasn't anything laying on the ground if they
thought
missed
too.
or something.
So I
Yeah.
sent you the one that I tried to show from the creek to the crime scene. But I'm gonna keep sending you pictures and stuff. The one of me actually walking from where we went past the barbed wire.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah.
Who's that? That's the creek. Is that whole edge of the creek like that? That high?
No,
or is it only that section there?
I don't know, honestly, man. I can't tell you.
Yeah, I mean where they would have come.
Dan, I'm gonna text you the.
What's up, Gibbo?
Let me see.
What are you saying?
Hey,
Gibbo.
buddy.
What's up, buddy?
You know, I've got stiff neck, man. Fuck's sake.
Been in the creek, across the creek. Hell yeah.
What are you boys
Yep.
saying?
And I think Casey back in the day went in the creek. And Delphi Dummies highlighted it. Was one of my favorite videos of all time.
The deer attacks him. I had another clip where it was a hunter actually getting stomped down by a deer,
Yes.
and I was trying to like make it so that he got beat up by the deer, but it just didn't work. Right. So I just made it look like he scared him off.
I legitimately, when that came out, I almost pissed my pants because I was trying not to laugh the whole time on that stream.
It was pretty good. Laura, where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I know, Laura. I miss you.
Phone might have died.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that is a short distance, Ted. To the,
Yeah,
from the,
it's a very short distance
now, see, like,
from what I saw.
I do want to find out. Just, I'm gonna have to read the transcripts and everything again, but I kind of want to
Hybrid
get.
says Laura will come back.
Okay.
She might.
Want to get a sense of how maybe it went down. I think it's good for people to know that stuff, and it would stop a lot of the bullshit. You know, I think that it would have to be a group of guys, a group of Odinists and stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, is that a video that you sent me, Teddy?
Yep.
Okay, I can't watch it while we're on here.
No, that's fine. That's
So
fine.
what do you think happened with the bullet and how it ended up there? Do you think it fell out of his pocket? Do you think he used it to cock the?
I actually went outside in my yard and did this for like 5 or 6 people in the Discord.
I think the way that it ended up is very strange. I do. But I think for everything else that happened, that they know that happened, there's really no way of getting around it. I think it's weird that the bullet
If his
ended up in the
confession,
ground.
are you asking, like, does his confession correspond to it, dummies? Like what he said, or
Well, that doesn't really match up if I remember right, because it says he messed with his gun.
it didn't when we went over it in the Discord, and I think we
I'm not in the
came to
Discord.
some Zero and a bunch of people.
Oh.
But it seemed like if it wasn't piped and chambered, because apparently Tommy and fucking Frank Meister don't carry chambered. Don't do that, people.
No, it's called
Always
carry.
have one in
I
the
do.
pipe.
Don't even have a
Yeah,
gun.
you-
You know that
yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
Always.
you
I spent
need to
that a
carry.
long time ago. It just seems, so you don't shoot yourself in the fucking leg or the foot or something.
Oh
right?
no,
By
that's the
accident,
yeah,
right?
but that's
But
the
what he was
worst.
doing. He wasn't carrying hot. It was an empty
Yep.
chamber. He walked up, cracked the gun. It went in there.
If that makes sense.
and
If
then
he cocked
pinned
it on the bridge,
across
that
the
makes sense.
and I think it was one more final, like, you better do what I say. And it was like an
Yes.
intimidation. He wasn't thinking. That's how I always thought it was. But in the confessions, or what I've been hearing, it sounds like he's like, yeah, I did this and then I messed with my gun. That's how the bullet must have ended up there. But
But I thought he mentioned he cocked it on the bridge
does he say
in
that?
one of them.
Did.
I
He
thought
did.
so. Yeah, and that's why I said that makes sense. And then he went and did it for intimidation again, or he actually didn't
Yeah, I wanna
realize that he
get
had
my hands
racked
on
one.
all that shit. I want to read
That-
through all the transcripts.
That's the big thing, though, is the confessions to Walla. Like he said that he did something on the bridge. That's where he thought the bullet came out.
Oh,
and I don't know, like when
And
Oberg
shit,
was
in all reality, one of them could have come out on the bridge too. Like when
Right,
Tommy
no,
said he was missing one bullet, that doesn't mean anything. Like in
but
reality,
it absolutely could. Like
yeah,
He
but
Good. I don't hold that
I've
as a
got.
thing, though.
I have boxes of ammo with missing bullets in it.
Mhm.
right, absolutely. No,
But I'm
I get
saying
that.
he could have dropped one in the creek and they never found it because there's probably a shitload of stuff in that
Right,
creek.
because he never planned on doing that. Like
Yeah,
I
of
thought
course.
with Oberg, she said that the round that was found at the crime scene, it was cycled at least 3 times. And I was thinking about it, and I go, well, you think about somebody thinking
just-
about doing this type of crime, they're gonna rack that
So if
shit
you're referring to
multiple
the bullet?
times. They're gonna be in the fucking mirror, racking it, pretending like
Who
they're
knows?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, who
Exactly.
knows?
Who the hell knows?
And then unless you're like he's obviously not a special forces operator who's fucking planned
No.
every step out. And even people
No.
who do, they always get foiled. I mean,
my
Koberger,
thing
whether
is,
you think he's guilty or not, if you think he's guilty
Oh,
or
dude.
you've seen, like, I'm not even getting into
Koberger's
the
guilty.
debate. I'm just saying if he did it, that dude probably did the best job of, other than driving his car around and leaving carrying a holster for a knife into the crime scene. Probably
Right.
could have gotten away with it.
right, he probably could have if he wouldn't be such a fucking dumbass. Holy
If it weren't for those meddling kids.
I was just about to say that, Dan, you prick.
oh fuck! My favorite voice.
I'll be right back.
Oh,
Oh,
Gibbo, I thought we lost you forever.
I thought I lost me too.
Oh, I love you, buddy.
My neck is absolutely. I've got a proper sniffed neck, man. Oh,
That's why, and that's the thing with all that is, the answer is just yes, or no, because I'm not right. I'm fucking
No one's
pseudoscientific at a point because you can't prove or disprove a lot of it. You can self-refute things as you go, but it's like a lot of the theories and stuff of the past.
All I can say is all the shit the defense tried to put up. There's nothing. There's
Sub Rosa, I
fucking-
like that you're honest.
Sub Rosa, I love you.
She says, I think Koberger is guilty, but I think
He is.
everyone's guilty.
Yep.
I think it's
Well,
90
most
to
people are.
95% of the time or more, they are. They don't
If you're-
generally get it wrong.
If you're an incel, you're guilty. I mean, just whisper
Hey,
sweet
Also,
Well,
if you're an
you-
incel, get an
Whisper-
escort.
whisper sweet nothings into their ear, and they're in the pocket. Come on, dog.
we're dropping me into this war.
Dude, I thought that Sarah Boone did nothing wrong. Just saying.
No, you fucking
Jesus.
Hashtag
Jew.
feminism, bruh.
what a Jew.
I'm with her.
Wow. I'm in a suitcase, but this is crazy bitch decided we were drunk, and yeah, she caught me on video.
She deported that guy.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
What a way to
Dude,
go,
never mind.
really.
I'll let Gibbo take this.
No, but what a way to go, you know what I mean? It's not like he was shot in the head or, stabbed 67 times. He was put in a suitcase.
Oh no, he wasn't put in a suitcase. He put himself in a suitcase, then let a woman that he beat zip him up, bro. I said it. I've said it on lives of criminality and shit. I wouldn't let my fiance put me in or zip me up in a fucking suitcase. You forgot to take the trash out last week. Please let me out. She just put her Call of Duty headset on and forget about me.
Trigger finger for the win.
Fucking
No,
Gibbo.
Do you know what's worse about that, though, as well? She was given a deal. She'd have
3 years, bro. 3 years at the end of it. Oh, stupid.
Jesus Christ. She'd have been done by now.
Yeah. Well, no, she'd have 3 years, I think. It wouldn't have been completely commutable. It would end up being like 3 years instead of 20. What'd she get, 25 or 20?
I bet Ricky Boy's looking at Baldwin and Rosie saying, look, where's my deal? You got your deal, 130 years.
I mean, well, if we're talking about them.
Hey, you know what? That's probably the way he acted himself and all of his yapping and talking and confessing and whatever he was doing. They had to do what they did, I guess. You got to put out the counter intel. Oh my gosh. The worst client I've ever heard of, other than maybe Sarah Boone, where she just punches you in the face.
You know it's bad when Sarah Boone.
That's right. Hashtag
bad
free
client.
Sarah Boone. Yes.
Where are they all at? Our
That's
client.
me. I'm the only one I know.
You're the Sarah Boone.
I've converted a couple people.
Oh no.
It's not hard.
I just don't know that somebody should get 25 years for both of them being stupid. I don't want to. If I lived down there, I would not want to pay taxes on that idiot. They just took one other idiot out of the gene pool. I wish they both would have zipped themselves up in the suitcases. Yes, we are all Sarah Boone. That's right.
Oh, shit.
We are all Sarah Boone.
What is it from 2016? I Stand With Her. It's her turn. Sarah Boone 2024.
I did not have sexual relations in that suitcase.
Hey, you're not American.
I
You
did
don't
not
have to do
have
this.
sex with that woman.
I can be American.
Fucking Gibbo's more American than all the Americans I know. It's like
Yeah,
the
I'm living the
Aussies I
American
talk to.
I'm living
They
the
get it.
American dream right now.
What do we got to do to get you to move out here, Gibbo?
Seriously, holy fuck.
You need to toss your passport out and tell them you're from Somalia before Trump gets in, brother.
I reckon I could pass as a Somalian.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of doing that here. You know what I mean? Get to France, drop my passport in the water.
Oh, nothing happened with the live. Is it with all? It's just getting late, so we're just having a good crack.
Who said crack?
Having a good crack.
Oh, I thought we was getting the crack out.
No.
No.
I was trying to do some Brit speak. Don't make me come over there and change your fanny. Maybe it's Irish. I got a buddy who's Irish, so maybe that's what I'm going off of.
Change your funny.
Have a good crack. Shout out to Northern Ireland. You guys are warriors. Don't let your memes be dreams.
Don't let your life be dreams, you know. Stop with what I call laugh. I've got a stiff neck. Killing me. Oh, Dummy's is going through again.
I'm gonna leave you guys.
What was that, Gibbo? Oh, you getting off here?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a douchebag. But I'll be
Oh,
back.
not a douchebag.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, Delphi dummies, I love you, buddy.
Oh,
I
dummy.
hope to see you.
What a
I'm gonna have to
fucking
figure out a way
bro.
to get in contact with you, man.
We'll get it. It's all good.
What we do, dummies.
All right, brothers. I'll be back.
Teddy, I love you, buddy.
I love you too.
Thanks
Dude.
for doing everything you did and representing all of us idiots that
Represent.
talk
What
about the
up?
shit on the internet and try
Yeah,
not
we're
to
all
make
dumb.
a debacle out of it. And
We're
you
all
did a
dumb.
great job.
I'd like to thank you
Kimbo,
for.
I
I'd
love
like
you,
to thank-
dude.
I'd like to thank you for lighting up the way for Santa Claus as well.
Fuck yeah. Bye.
Wait a minute. Everybody shout out to Teddy. Trigger warning. It's about to get based. Based in what? I don't know, but
Turkey leftovers.
oh man.
I've had so much meat this week; it's unreal.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's so many different cheeses they got from the in-laws.
Oh, I love cheese.
I don't even eat cheese like that. Got
You
some
guys
goat
just
cheese crap with blueberries. It's fantastic. It sounds gross, but it's delicious.
You guys just like name your cheeses after everyone else's and say, "Oh yeah, that's cheddar. That is. Trust me, that's cheddar."
Yeah. We have
Oh,
American cheese that isn't even fucking cheese.
You know, a majority of cheddar in America is imported from the UK, and it's actually red Leicester.
No way, man. I've picked that shit up in a semi-trailer. A lot of that's from Wisconsin.
No, I know you make it over there, but what I'm saying is a lot of it's imported, and it's not actually cheddar that we import.
Oh.
It's red Leicester.
Is it like, what is it? Parmesan cheese isn't Parmesan here because it's supposed to be from Parma, and it's just
Well-
dried mozzarella, dehydrated mozzarella.
Cheddar's like that because cheddar's actually made in Cheddar Gorge.
Oh, I see. It's like
And it
bourbon
looks-
and whiskey.
Yeah, it's literally stored in the caves there.
Oh hell yeah! So we don't actually make cheddar here. We make American cheddar.
Yeah, you do. You do use the method, but you don't store it in the caves.
Did you ever look into American cheese?
I'm prepared to make that sacrifice.
It's like you guys over in the EU territories. It's not even allowed to be called. It's not even allowed to be called cheese. It's called
But
cheese product.
We're not EU anymore. We're not EU anymore.
Well,
So.
I hope you guys still have the same regulations on food because EU's got some good ones.
Yeah, I've
I
got
actually
something
like
actually-
ordering stuff that's EU
I've-
verified.
I've got a French cheese in my fridge, and it says not to be consumed in the E EU.
Is that like brie? It's got mold on it.
No, mate.
What's up, Paradox?
Oh, I just want to correct you about your cheese statement. We do have Parmesan here. It's American Parmesan, though. It's made the same way. We just don't age it as long, and it doesn't come from the same
Yes.
cows, the milk.
Yep.
It's softer. It's actually better to make sauce out of.
Ethnically Jewish, hybrid, and goodnight, Sub Rosa.
That's all I wanted to correct you on. And American cheese is not considered cheese.
American cheese product.
Mm-hmm.
Parmesan saves my spaghetti sometimes.
Like real Parmesan or like American Parmesan?
Oh, American
We
Parmesan.
have to call it Parmesan.
I'm never gonna call it.
Let me see.
I worked in an Italian foods distributor, and I just don't care.
I do.
I brought some Parmesan. Put it in my cupboard,
Parma,
and it's got a green tinge to it now.
it's Parmesan Reggiano. You have to use those words if it's sold in America. It comes from the actual cow milk in Italy and all that shit. If it just
It's
says
like
Parmesan in
olive oil
America, it means it's just like shit. It could be whatever. And then the pre-shredded Parmesan, like in the little green bottle everybody's used to in America, as an anti-caking agent, so it doesn't stick together.
Yeah, it's
Which is
wood
generally
pulp.
wood pulp. Yeah.
But don't get that twisted like it's gross, because it's denatured, so it's just cellulose. It's fiber.
Yeah,
it's
that's exactly
Metamucil.
what it is.
Well, it's not Metamucil. It's just
It's pretty
just
damn
stuff to make you
close.
poop.
Yeah.
Metamucil's the soluble version of that. Yeah, that's a weird stuff. Now, I like that the EU guys use a lot more. What do you call it?
Less
Extracts
preserved.
from vegetables and fruits for dyes and stuff, and not petrochemicals and coal products.
I don't mind eating oil. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Nothing. I guess.
Anyways, that's all I came on for.
Yeah, you got Kennedy now though, looking after your health, so you'll be all right, man. Until they assassinate
really-
him, anyway.
The raw milk is better, I have to admit.
I haven't had raw milk since I was a kid. Be careful if anybody wants to try that, because your
Make sure
immune
it has the
system might not be able to.
N1H5.
Yeah, well, I
disinfected.
don't even mean that. It just like they talk about all the stuff in it, but if you're somebody who's grown up on raw milk, your body's already been exposed to it. Whereas all of our hyper pasteurized crap.
Yeah, we got that here
So-
too.
Yeah, but at least you have better eggs.
I like non-homogenized pasteurized milk. I don't know if you guys have ever had it. That's probably my
because
favorite.
you can make cheese out of it. A lot easier.
They sell it out there in Angola, Indiana at the gas stations, and it's phenomenal. It actually has some of the cream and stuff in it. Tastes better.
Yeah, it separates though, so you have to shake it up when you go to drink it if it's been sitting
That's
there for a day
right.
or two.
Hybrid says raw milk mixed with H5N1 slaps. That's right. It sure does.
Absolutely.
Don't forget to get it with your Fauci ouchie. You get a free donut for your 18th booster.
I'll let you guys
This month.
see. But yeah, no shit, damn right. Oh, happy New Year's, everybody. I'm sure I'll speak to most everybody before that.
Well,
But
Happy New Year's. You going to bed?
no, dude, I'm gonna jet off of here though. I'll still listen though.
We can get into anything you proceed. I
We'll
don't
get
have
anything
any
to anything.
topics.
Oh,
You know, I said I
Delphi
don't like
Dummies
the Delphi
is also
stuff.
here. I was gonna ask him how Canada's going, and I did,
You know,
and he
Trudeau.
answered like shit. And so, yeah, I really don't think Trudeau is gonna be reelected, man. But I could be wrong. I'm always wrong, so.
Don't Canada have what the UK have, and they have a vote of no confidence?
I have no
Hybrid is
idea.
fucking Canadian. How do
I'm
you think?
sorry,
What do you think
Hybrid.
about your PM?
Are you excited to become a naturalized citizen in the next 4 years?
Of America?
Yes. Well, I don't. Canada's not a country, bro.
Oh no, this is just like another state of the U.S.
It's a village.
No shit. Yeah, is
No,
it?
I love Canada.
I mean, their fourth biggest export is like maple syrup. So, yeah, I love them too.
The maple syrup, paper, oil, and what else?
Raw minerals.
Canadians.
We do have a lot of them here. Pitter patter, let's get at her. I don't know if you guys have seen Letterkenny, but it restored faith in Canadians to me.
Canadians are fucking hilarious, man. I love them. I can't wait until they're another state of ours, though.
Ottawa? With
Yeah,
Trudeau.
I think we should nuke
no.
that place. I don't know. Really put the world on edge.
You know what's
And then we
crazy
also
to
have to
me?
nuke New York too if we do that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Totally
crazy
my
to me?
ultimate 4D chance.
Alaska's the other side of Canada, and it's still part of the US. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like Mexico and Canada. They're pretty much subsidiaries of the US.
Yeah, they really are.
Well, technically, half of the US was Mexico, so behave yourself there.
Yeah.
You just
Well, I mean, the
took over-
opposite. They
entire, like-
only exist because we didn't just want to have them.
Yeah. We made them a deal that
At
they
this
couldn't
point.
refuse.
post World War I and World War II. Oh, that Toby guy we know. That's another one. He was getting into the Texas American War. Is that what it is? That was cool. We talked about that the one night.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about it. He seemed to know a lot about it.
Pedro, he was a bad motherfucker, man. Kick-ass son of a bitch, though. Gotta respect the dude. He would come over the fucking border and kill a few U.S. troops and then run across the border.
He's like that Japanese guy that was in, where was he? The Philippines. You know what I'm talking about? They got him out of there in like the 90s. He'd been left over there since World War II, and he wouldn't stop fighting until his commander or whatever told him it was okay. So he was going around killing Filipino people.
I heard about that.
For like 40 years or 50 years.
What's crazy?
He'd
What a hell of
have
a
his
soldier, right?
commander, who'd been retired for 40 or 50 years post-war, go over there and tell him it was okay to stop.
Stop running your sword into people. God damn it. You're killing too many.
Just go down into town and start stabbing people and then run off.
It's not funny, but it's funny.
Japanese are savages, man.
Oh yeah.
I know. I like their not aircraft carriers that they don't have. Those are pretty cool.
I thought
like
we were
their
going to give
whole
them
Navy.
nukes a couple years ago.
I don't think would they accept nukes. They're
They
like,
were talking about, like seriously talking about.
oh wow.
I'm like, that's scary. I know how Japan could go 10 years and become a superpower. No
Mhm.
problem. For fun.
They're having the same issue China is right now, though.
Yeah, you guys are pretty
Population.
lucky.
Yeah.
You guys are
What?
pretty lucky that Japan's pretty chill.
I know. You know who's really lucky? China. I want to see the stripes back on that flag. That's what I want to see.
They're like the most chill country ever, though, aren't they? Like, I mean, you guys nuked them, and what was their response? Oh, very good.
They apologized. They
Oh,
apologized
man.
for us nuking them. Fuck them. I love Japanese people, dude.
Oh,
They're
we sorry.
great.
We sorry.
No more plane and aircraft carrier.
Oh
Promise.
my god.
All right.
We give you many enemy.
Dude,
We
this
will,
is
we
how
will
we
now
started,
make
like,
6 robot. 6 robot.
yeah, right. No, it was before World War One when we went over there with like a few battleships, and we're like, "Hey, you have to start trading with us." And they're like, "Oh fuck, really?" And that's how our trade started with Japan
Oh my
by
god.
gunpoint. Fucking America, man.
I don't know if the West destroyed that. Me love you wrong time, as Zero Cool says. Oh, me love you wrong time. Sorry. All racism aside.
Yeah.
It's not racist.
I know.
So,
I don't give a
Hybrid,
shit
do you think
anyways.
Trudeau's gonna get reelected in your shithole country that you created with a green tax and all that? Think you're gonna get rid of it? Because like the last country on earth that needs a fucking green tax is Canada, in my opinion.
What is it?
The green tax, they like charge you extra money.
Oh, carbon
based-
credits and shit?
Yeah, shit like that. I don't know because I don't live there. It's something like that. Correct me. I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm an American. I don't live in Canada.
That's nothing in the
And
UK.
Hybrid, if you like Trudeau, I'm sorry that you like Trudeau.
Yeah, but in the UK, they shut down all nuclear power plants, getting rid of no more digging for coal or oil or anything like that.
Hey,
We
Yeah,
bro,
don't-
American shit.
I use my IQs for this. Isn't it funny that a bunch of Europe did that, and then the United States ensured that you guys couldn't get natural gas from Russia, and now we're selling it to you at a premium?
You are welcome.
No, but we've got our own.
America! Fuck
Yeah,
yeah!
We've got our
Hybrid.
own. It's just I don't know what they're doing because they're saying, "Oh, we're going to do it with solar wind. We're going to get solar wind. It's going to save the UK." And it's like,
Bro,
yeah, but we've
you
got
guys are
oil
too
right.
small for that shit.
Yeah, we know.
You don't have
We
the
know.
land mass to even have the damn solar panels
Well,
and
and
wind
then you have to have
turbines.
those like green sections around your cities too, which is so fucking dumb.
Your
I don't
fucking
know.
people
I
that
don't
are
understand what your
imported in there
country's
will
doing.
probably be down there bombing them to the
Makes me want to take a shovel and whack your fucking leader upside the head, to be honest with you.
Hybrid said he's a fucking tool. I've heard Hybrid, correct me if I'm wrong. The Conservative Party in Canada is pretty much the Democratic Party here. It just gets more and more left.
Ridiculous.
Which
I
I think our Conservative Party here is pretty left leaning.
I kind of
They're all going
disagree
left.
with that.
They're all leading left wing. All of them. You
Yep,
look
I
at
think-
politics. You look at politics in the 80s and 90s. That's when it all started going left wing.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you here, Gibbo.
That's right, Annie.
Yeah, I
Everything
think
went
so.
left wing,
Yeah, maybe
and then
10
Trump
years
comes
ago.
in.
I mean, it
Trump
might
comes
go
in.
back to the Frankfurt School and all that stuff and the Bolsheviks. They kind of planted the seeds with the whole Marxism and whatnot.
When is your election, Hybrid? I'm sorry to keep changing this. I'm trying to get this Canadian maple syrup
No, it's okay.
delivering motherfuckers figured out. Okay.
And you, Gibbo, you guys, I don't even.
I know.
I
actually
don't even know what
watched
to. Didn't you guys have?
about
who was
the
it?
UK the other day, and it was like pretty much how your country's gone to shit.
Oh
You
yeah,
guys can fix it, so.
in a matter of weeks.
Yeah,
In a
that's my
matter of weeks.
understanding. And like I thought this was kind of an unbiased source of information. You guys like again shut down your nuclear plants and hopes for green energy, which you'll never get. The U.S. obviously always has
Nuclear energy is the
everything.
only fucking green energy.
It's
It really is.
literally, it's like Labour have come in and all they want to do is destroy everything. Everything they're doing, other countries have tried and failed, and they're coming in and they're literally putting all of our money into these projects that have failed in other countries.
Yeah. Dude, you
You
guys
know the
spent like
sad part
fucking
about a
$2
lot of that
billion
stuff?
on like a little tunnel because you guys can't build shit without like your local, I guess, government saying you can, and then you have like
Next
3
Canadian
other parties
election
in there.
is before fall 2025.
Well, let's see. You guys don't have too long. Nice. To
Hold
put up
in
with
there,
Well, I
that
hope
Canada.
it goes
shit.
well.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
could
who's
say
gonna
as
be
a
elected. I'm
trucker,
not Canadian.
I was the trucker thing with the I-75 corridor and all that stuff. I was very proud. Not the media and government responses, but the people and the people in Canada seemingly supporting it.
Well, I think the Canadian people will have it good after he's gone. I just don't know what they're gonna replace. Like it can always get worse, you know. That's the thing.
No, yeah. And
I'd be nervous too, man.
watch
Or
what the
going to-
WEF is doing, Hybrid, because that's kind of where your guys' government seems to.
All
Wait,
governments
hold
are
on. The WEF.
I mean,
what are you
is
talking about?
yeah, World Economic Forum. Trudeau was a young, I forget what they were called. He's basically handpicked in his leadership. He was like an intern for those guys. It's like space camp.
space camp.
Young leaders of the world or something. I forget. And Trudeau's
Oh.
real dad is fucking Fidel Castro. Prove me wrong.
They look the same. That's all I can say. They look the same. Who knows?
And because of your guys' fucking speech laws, Jordan Peterson's a thing.
That's another thing I wanted to bring up, Gibbo. You're probably, I'm assuming, from the UK. I don't know this.
Yeah.
Britain, bruh.
Yeah, okay. So you're from Britain. Yeah, your speech laws are fucking out of hand.
Well, they don't have a constitution like we do, bro.
Well, they used
Yes,
to.
we do.
Well, you do, but you don't have one like us. You don't have a First Amendment. Or a Bill of Rights, I don't think, right? It's all
Well,
subject to...
No.
No, but it was
Magna Carta.
protected. I can't remember what was protected under in their law, but you had the freedom to say what you wanted as long as it wasn't like outright fucking
We
attacking
have the right
somebody,
to
like
offend.
creating hate.
We have the right to offend and things like that. But
Yeah,
what
yeah,
it
yeah.
is, but what it is the left wing use things like they use the Muslim population and they use things like that to fight back on it. And what's actually going on now? Because I'm guessing you're referring to the arrests that happened at the beginning. Well, the
Yes.
end of
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
When?
exactly what I'm referring.
that's highly illegal. What happened? There's no explanation for it. These people were told to plead guilty. They pled guilty, but there's lawyers now. If you the black belt barrister or something like that, he's a British lawyer. He said he said sit out the 2-year sentence and sue the fuck out of them when you get out.
That is the worst. Did they plea?
Yeah,
I think
Oh,
all of them
you
did, except
can't.
for there was an
If
officer
it's
that didn't
but if
plea.
it's like here, you forfeit the right to fucking sue them when you plea.
Well,
You're done.
they don't have
I don't know
necessarily
if
the
it's
same
like
rights
that
we
here.
have.
Oh,
No, the
yeah,
UK
you can't.
citizens,
Oh
or
man.
excuse me, Britain citizens. But it's just totally different. And I was kind of reading up on how like your civil suit cases work, where your government actually pays for the plaintiff's fucking case. I thought that was extraordinarily fucking dumb. Number one,
no, not in
it doesn't
civil.
work that way.
No, in civil they used to, but in civil, I was about 21 when they stopped it. In civil,
Oh,
unless it's something like a divorce or something like that, you got
I
to get your
mean
own lawyer.
that actually makes a lot of fucking sense. Paradox. Like
no, it makes
you
no sense because what
no,
was
you want to
happening?
sue somebody. Look, you
What
prevent the
was
litigiousness we have here by doing
No,
that.
but what they do is it doesn't happen that way. They'll just keep suing and suing and suing, and what the fucking defense has to do is keep paying and paying and paying, and the plaintiff
Oh,
doesn't.
the defense. Oh, see, you said it backwards. You said the plaintiff has to pay when you said it. So I'm like,
Oh
that makes
no, no.
sense.
What I said was is the state or the country pays for the plaintiffs. The
Oh,
lawsuit.
see, that makes
Yeah,
more sense.
No,
That
yeah.
sucks.
only
No,
Well,
only
it
in
apparently
doesn't
criminal.
make
that doesn't happen anymore, so that's
good.
great.
Good.
Only in criminal that happens. You
Okay.
get what's it called? Legal aid.
I like Jordan Peterson when he was talking about whatever the hate speech laws and shit when he came out, but I've always had the opinion, as someone who's not the most unintelligent person in the world, that he's very intelligent, but when he speaks, he's like a dumb person's idea of a smart person because he says nothing. He
I think
waffles,
they're
as
all
Buck would
plants.
say. He fucking
Yeah, like
waffles.
I was gonna
Like he
say that.
says nothing. It's vacuous. It means nothing. You have to put. It's so ambiguous that you have to put meaning to it.
He's saying nothing, or what
Yeah.
was it? He's speaking, but he's saying nothing. This is what
Yep.
he's doing. Like he makes
That's
that little fucking duck
he
thing with
like
his hand.
that's how I feel about Jordan Peterson because
Yeah.
I've heard brilliant people talk about him and then they'll go into the nuance of what he said. I'm like, he did not say that. You're adding shit to it because you're intelligent. Like it's just vague. Clean your room because your life, your life's messy. In order to straighten your life out, you got to straighten everything up. Well, no shit. That's what your dad tells you when you're a kid.
Yeah.
But he's kind
Okay,
of
but
with
to be
our.
clear, Givo, they got rid of that bullshit. Like you said, 2021.
I've never known a civil case where you could get legal aid, but I know criminal you can.
Okay.
That's why we need Luke.
Who's Luke?
Oh, Curious Luke on Twitter.
He's
He
an
always
intelligent
helps me with the
person.
legal stuff out
Right.
of both sides.
You
We had
talk
a
to
good
him.
show on here about the differences in your guys' legal system versus. 'Cause I think he's barred in New York here, but he's from
You're a
Britain or
sausage.
Wales.
Listen, that guy tweeted out on Twitter that I had nude pictures of Abigail Williams, thinking that he was going to fucking make something of me against me. I
Hit
was
me
like,
up.
you dumb.
Hit me up off air about him. I love that guy. And
He's a knob.
I'm not insane either. I'll explain it to you. I don't want to get into on
No.
Fishy's show at least. I don't care on mine.
Oh yes,
She
okay,
doesn't.
yeah,
She doesn't
sorry.
like that stuff. No, you don't have to be sorry. I invited it. I know it's contentious. It's like Sleuthy being in here. I'm glad you guys didn't start ripping on her because Fishy wouldn't like that.
I like Sleuthy. She's an intelligent person.
I've always
But
got
I am
along
gonna
with her.
like
Yep, we don't
jump
even
off
have to get
here.
into that. We everybody in this chat and everybody here knows the grievances, etc.
Y'all take care. I'm
Yep.
not going to bed or anything, but I'm just gonna jump off. I have really nothing to say, so.
You have any questions about the UK right now?
No, not really. I mean, I asked all of them that I thought I should, be honest with you.
Why are your men so cucked that you're just allowing people to overthrow your country from underneath you? That's what I gotta ask, Gibbo.
Well, it's because we're all planning on coming over to you.
Why the hell did you guys give up your firearms? And then all of the fucking people from the UK that I talked to ask why we have firearms.
Yeah, but that's because people in the UK don't know the law. You can, I think I've explained this to you before, we can own firearms and things like that. It's just, we can't go and get an assault rifle like you guys can. Do you know what I mean?
No, we can't.
We can't either.
See, that's a fake word.
It is. Assault rifle actually is like an M16.
Select fire, yeah, select fire magazine fed rifle. That's the legal definition of it. Oh, it's just a semi-automatic rifle that looks scary. That's what they call assault rifles.
Yeah, and it's an
Shit, stuff you guys were using in the military, Gibbo. That's an assault rifle, brother.
Okay, so what? Okay,
We
what I
can't
mean
buy
to
those
say-
here.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Yeah, I was
you
just
can
telling you.
before a certain year, but you're going to be paying a fucking premium of like 50 grand for one.
$50,000 for an
Yeah.
M16.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you can go and get the latest, handgun. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With
Yep.
ours,
No, you're right.
they have to be a certain age. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how our assault rifles are here. Pre
Quote, unquote.
1980, pre 1979, or whatever year
I
that
thought it
was.
was like the 60s or early or late 50s. I can't recall, Dan. I can't remember the firearms.
When is I'd have to look that up. When the NFA was it the NFA that ended that?
Yes.
Fucking please, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, fucking spaghetti pastafarian monster, please let that shit go in front of the current Supreme Court and let it get knocked the fuck down.
Well, it was a bullshit law to begin with.
Well, they were trying to ban pistols. That's the funniest part of that whole thing.
Well,
they couldn't ban
succeeded
pistols.
in New York until now. I know that's up in front of the Supreme Court pretty soon, but
Man and Bruin.
And keep in mind,
yes,
like
we
every
are bitter
state
clingers
is their
here.
own, like essentially country. So we all have different rules and laws and shit, and we have our own Supreme Courts. But the U.S. Supreme Court is
They
the
are
only,
bound to the Bill of Rights.
and they're the
And the
only true court. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
anyways.
we just have the one law of the land.
I've even said here that people should be more desensitized to firearms. Get rid of that Eric Holder fucking propaganda.
I think the problem is with firearms. You've got
What's that?
The left don't shut up about it with America. They don't. Like they're constantly saying, well, look at the school shootings. Yeah, but the school shootings are happening because they're following you. The things that you say, they're following. You look at any school shooter. I think someone said it the other day. They're either linked to the FBI in some way, like they've had dealings with the FBI, and they follow left wing politicians. And if you read their manifestos, it's they point out left wing politicians that they follow, and it's like that's someone needs to wake up to that and be like, right, okay, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once or twice, let it go. But when it's every single time, come on, guys.
It's really odd when you know, like the high school I graduated from, we tore our old school building down and built a new one. But the old one, the entire basement of our school, where we had 6 or 8 classrooms, was a rifle range. Like for the school, that they used to have marksmanship and stuff in school. Like, That's why the military sucks. Like, kids don't know firearm safety, how to shoot, how to sight a gun in, and then you just join the military.
See,
You need that.
that'd actually be a good thing for you, so, firearm safety and things like that in school. I don't see why you don't have that now.
Every sovereign nation should have that because you gotta have warriors, man. Gotta have
True.
warriors.
Especially with the East moving over to the West.
Mhm.
Anyways,
So
I'm out
here's a
here. I'm still
question
gonna
for
be
you guys:
listening.
are we gonna have another crusade coming from Europe? Because I feel like it's coming. I could smell it. Later, Paradox.
Nothing will happen.
And I'm not talking the lefty revised history of the Crusades. I'm talking removing the hordes of people that are taking over the entire continent, if you will.
No, it won't. Nothing will happen there. They'll just say, "Oh, we can manage it." Sure, it'll happen. Yous are getting just as bad, 'cause, well, you got Trump in now, so he'll supposedly stop it, but whether
That's
he
only
does or
4 years,
doesn't,
dude. People still unless everyone changes their entire outlook on everything and puts Vance or somebody that has the same thing, it's only 4 years and they'll get rid of it. Yeah, if something bad happens, we flip flop a lot here.
yeah.
It scares me because it's just like a sine wave, up and down and up and down and up and down.
Yeah, I think I want to move to America.
It's still a great place.
I left my job and took a lower paid job, more hours, so I can't be bothered with them. Paying stupid taxes and they're just giving it away to other countries. I'm done with it. I'd rather
I
just pay
remember you
local
talked
taxes.
about it. Did you start your new gig yet?
What's that?
I thought you said you were getting a new gig as an operator for a machine or something, or
Yeah,
for a
press
steel.
operator.
You're doing it now?
Start the 6th of January.
Oh, that's right.
I
I hope you like it.
Where's time? Nowhere to
Guys,
dance.
remember Rob Ford, Toronto's cracked out? Yes, I remember reading about him. It's like the mayor of Detroit that was like a wannabe gangbanger guy. I can't remember his name. Kwame Brown. Not Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown? That's another one you want to look into some crazy shit. Tried to have like a hooker killed. He's smoking crack.
Oh, God. There's a program here, it's called the Peep Show. It's about these two blokes. One's a nerd, like nerdy type guy, and the other guy's like he's out there, and they've got a friend. The friends who've got he's like a failed rock star. His name's Superhands. He's
That's
hilarious,
not his
man.
name, Zero.
He just says things like, look, someone says like, "Oh, look at the crack in the door." And he goes, "Don't say crack. It's my favourite." And he
I
starts
miss
taking
Simon.
drugs.
You know
What's that?
Simon, right? YouTube guy.
Simon.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd know him. He's a Brit. Or he lives in Simon of West Yorkshire.
Oh, I've talked to him before in True Crime. Yeah,
Yeah, he's nice.
yeah. They're a different breed. They are the Yorkshire though.
Oh, of course.
Oh man, you give them a tent. You give them a tent, no food, nothing. They'll find their own. Don't worry about that. And they'll travel the country.
Bailey went over there right before I met her, and from what I gave her like a heads up on, it's not going to be like it was when we were kids, and sure enough, everything I thought seemed to come to fruition. I don't know about you're going to get stabbed everywhere, but just how different everything is. 'Cause we over here still have the
Stabbings.
romanticized
Okay,
imagery of France and whatnot, or
with
Paris and
the
whatnot.
stabbings, it's the majority of it is it's in house, as in it's between them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
It's gangs and things like that. But there are innocent kids that got killed the other week, and the Prime Minister basically enticed riots with his we don't need the far right. We don't need the far right getting involved, which enticed the far right. And but yeah, so I don't know.
Do you guys even have any far right people anymore? 'Cause I don't hear anything from. I know you had what Tommy
Yeah,
Robinson
we got
was considered far right.
we got a
I don't
party,
know if
and
he's still doing stuff.
they're actually banned from running, but they still run. And they're called like what they're called the BNP,
Oh,
and they're very racist. Like
they're
you'll see them,
banned
like,
from running.
yeah, they're not allowed to run. They got I can't remember what
Wow.
they got banned for, but they are bad. But I remember
Oh
there's a
yeah,
girl.
yeah.
There was a girl that was murdered. Her name's Charlene Downs. You can probably find a documentary on her. And like the name of the documentary is chopped up and put in kebab. But they
Oh,
know who killed her. It's a white guy. But the BNP go out on a march every year and say it was the Asian men that did it.
well, the Asian. That's what they call them now, isn't it? That's
It's because India's actually technically in Asia, any.
that's what I've heard is a weird thing in Canada is the amount of Indian immigrants
Oh yeah, they get everywhere. They do. Come
and
over as
Chinese.
students and they're driving you home when you when you finish work. Okay, okay, no problem.
Do what?
I worked with, oh my God, I worked for Stanford's putting floors in. Jesus Christ, they used to have Indians come work for them, and they'd be like £20 a day, and I was like, £20 a day? He's like, yeah, £20 a day. He's explained to me, he goes, that pays for my daughter's school. I was like, how can you afford to live on £20 a day? He's like, well, the wife sends me to work, like, they take it in turns, like one of them will cook the one day, and
That's
then
weird.
the
That
next
is
day,
so weird. You guys get these. I don't know what you call them. All the Indians I've ever met here are like fucking what Americans like go getting, hardworking.
oh yeah, yeah, they're definitely hard
Uh,
working, you know.
well, I mean, they bust their ass. They'll buy all the gas stations in your town, and they'll
Oh
improve the
yeah,
gas stations, and no, they kick ass. Like they bought the liquor store in the town I live in. I say they, but an
yeah,
Indian family. I think they own a gas. No, and it went from a shithole to a really nice liquor store. I live in a small town. They're cool as
yeah.
fuck, though.
It's not too different here. Like there's a what they tend to do here is there's a place it's called Cost Cutter, and what they do is they buy a location, like you just said, and then they put a cost cutter above it. So cost cutter funds the shop. You know what I mean? Clever what they
Yeah.
do here. But yeah, they're proper
Oh,
British, and like patriotic British like as well.
I know when I start hearing, what was it a couple years ago, Germany is a nation of immigrants, I just fuck in my head.
Fuck Germany. They started all this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it wasn't the EU like a Third Reich idea in the first place?
The EU was originally something else, and but you listen
Well,
to all.
not the EU per se, but the idea of the EU.
Well, no, the EU. I mean, the EU officially when it was started was just about trade. That's all it was about, trade. And you listen to any British leader of the past, they all say once the EU becomes political, that's when it's time to leave. And it's the most
Yep.
political thing. They want us to have an EU army. They want us to have an EU currency. Yeah, but you're broke. You know what I mean?
I feel like part of it is the United States is pushing for that shit because we don't want to have to keep getting dragged into your guys' fucking wars.
Excuse me. Let me remind you.
He tried to turn you into the United States of Europe, which didn't work very well.
It's going to happen because what's it called? Starmer's undoing all the British Brexit things now. Everyone's saying, "Oh, it'll never happen." Like he'll never put us back in. And even he was saying it. But he went over to the EU the other day and they asked
Of
him,
course they
is
would.
yeah, they said, is it true that you're negotiating our way back in? And he just smirked and says, I don't need to answer that.
Yeah, weren't you guys? Aren't there like 4 countries in the EU that are like net benefits to the EU itself? A bunch of them are kind of leeches off of it. Was it France, Germany, Britain?
It's not a big joke. The EU's starting to crumble as well now. Like, it's literally starting to crumble. The whole idea of the euro is disaster. The whole idea of everything is just falling apart. Italy wants out. Poland wants out. They all want out.
Central banking's a disaster regardless, man. It always fails.
The thing is what's happening now is as we go fucking left wings happens, the whole of Europe's turning right wing, as in people they want the countries back. Do you know what I mean? And like they don't want immigrants coming over and just living in hotels, getting money for nothing while they're out working for it. They're sick and tired of their tax money going to other countries. You know what I mean? I mean, look, I've no disrespect to Ukraine, but if you can't afford to fight Russia, don't fight Russia. Do you know what I mean? There was a peace treaty on the table, just accept it.
Well, you know who's pushing for that.
I had a guy called Donald.
That's us, bro.
Yeah.
Doing what we do. America, the world police.
Boris, oh, calm down, Roy.
That's Paradox and I talk about a lot. We're just sacrificing Russian and Ukrainian people to weaken Russia's military. It's sad.
I can't believe how they. Have you seen the clips? Like, listen, that's not how war is. That is not how war is. And then showing you like little fucking. Listen, if Russia and Ukraine, 2 neighbours, were at war, it wouldn't be, you know what I mean, like 7 people there, 6 people there, shooting at each other. They're going to be fucking invading the cities and everything. Do you know what I mean?
I read something a couple weeks ago that talked about the civilian casualties in war and the percent versus soldiers. It was like 90 to 95% of casualties of war since World War One, I believe, have been civilian casualties. It's like,
and I'll tell you why that is. That's because when you look at countries like in the Middle East, they refuse. Like, look at Palestine right now.
This is even disregarding that. It's even how we as the West, countries don't take the message unless you start killing civilians, like the Nagasaki and Hiroshima. You just start vaporizing cities and carpet bombing people. They get the message.
No,
people will start to lose support.
The major reason for that is if you look at where most of the wars are, is the Middle East. You look at Afghanistan, you look at Iraq. They're the 2 biggest wars that have happened in recent times, right? Their people will defend your enemy.
Yeah. Yep.
They won't. Look at the Palestinians. The Palestinians have been told, go here, there is a safety net there for you. And they're like, no, we're staying here, this is our home. So, no, but you don't understand.
They do have a safety net? I didn't know that. I was always told nobody would take them because of whichever type of
No, what
Islam
was that? They set up camps for them so they could go in, do what they got to do, rebuild the city. It'd have all been over in Palestine if they'd have done what they was asked. Leave the cities, let us destroy it and rebuild it. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to wipe out Hamas, but instead they've got Hamas jumping from one area to the next area to the next area. And what they're actually doing is, instead of like majority of the Palestinians doing, they're staying and protecting them. And then you got some Palestinians like fleeing to these places, and then you got Hamas members fleeing there and burning them down.
Yeah, it's Ukrainian too. They hide in schools and hide in hospitals, and then they get a news article that they're bombing a hospital or a school.
Yeah.
I like, as a Jew, I'm biased, but at the same time, I've seen some of the military stuff that they have done, and they've gone out of their way to not do shit like that. To the whatever people believe, like probably to their own detriment, tried not to do that shit. Stuff that in Iraq or Afghanistan, we probably would have just blew the whole thing up. They go in and try, because there's not these massive casualties that could and probably should be in warfare in general. So I just don't know. I don't know what the.
Listen, if someone knocked your door and said, right, you need to get to the next state over, we're going to destroy your house, but we're going to rebuild it.
Have you ever heard of Florida, brother? Oklahoma with the tornado, they go rebuild, they're gonna stay there and hunker down. People are dumb.
Wait, I don't get how Florida. Why would people live there?
I just don't understand the. If you can get out, I would just get the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's just me though.
Mate, I'm getting fed up with the rain here, let alone in Florida.
Floridians are they're a different breed, man. They have hurricane parties. And the whole town gets vaporized and flooded, and just keep doing it.
What's up?
It's also
man?
paradise down
What's
there.
up, Gibbo?
What up, Zero?
Well,
Not much. Working. Eating some licorice.
Ooh, the Twizzler variety or the black kind?
No, I don't do black licorice.
I don't either.
Red vine.
You have to say African
Hell
American.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Lord, I apologize. African American licorice.
Yeah, I don't eat African American licorice.
Licorice of color.
Yeah.
LOC. Oh. Oh man. Everybody's economy's failing. I feel like it's probably time for a world war, and I don't want to. I don't want to see it.
I'm not.
I don't want to see it. I just don't want to see it.
I'm all for
Shit.
it. I think it needs to happen, but don't send me. I've got a stiff neck.
I just feel a lot of our countries are way too soft. We become complacent.
Yeah,
We don't even have the fighting force. Technology, we can win stuff, but our fighting force is pathetic.
It's not, do you know what it is? It's not we've become too soft. It's become too strict.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like here where we were talking about firearms earlier, and the biggest argument people have is we want everything to be safe, and it's like you don't fucking realize that the world's not safe. It's just not.
I can introduce you to a group of gay men that I know, and I can call them puffs and they don't get offended. They just call it me back. Do you know what I mean?
Do what?
I'm just saying, like, I know, like, my gay mates, if I said to them, oh, you're a puff, they're not going to get offended. They're going to call me a puff back. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's the problem now. People are being told to be offended.
Yeah. Well, it's
But
taught.
In my opinion, it's about to flip. Like, the government's realising that people are doing more right wing, so they're about to flip, and they're going to start pushing right wing policies. It's going to be crazy.
Scary. That's scary, man.
Yeah,
I'm not a big actual right wing. I like opposing the shit that's going on, but real right, like that's why. Oop, lost zero.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That's why I don't mind like the Trump stuff. People call him right wing, and he's not fucking right wing at all.
You see,
but there are right wing politicians out there.
Who's not right wing?
Trump.
Yeah, he's not. He's a Democrat.
He's pretty centrist. Yeah.
He literally funded every Democrat for years.
Yeah, he's a centrist Democrat, kind of.
See,
which is probably why I like him, to be honest.
I'm centre leaning right, but with everything that's all the left wing stuff that's
I am too.
it's been pushed down our necks for the last 10 years. It's made me further into the right, but if it started going right wing, you're going to see me leaning to the left. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. I think
Is it
that
not-
people are finally realizing somehow what's actually like the idea that they're trying to implement a communist type structure, but it's not even communism. It's like masquerading as communism, and it's fucking oligarchical crap where they just feed scraps to the people. Like that's what it seems like to me they're doing. It's like
Yeah,
a fascist communist state, like a quasi-communist fascist state. And I don't mean the fascist in the Donald Trump's a fascist. I mean Amazon and all BlackRock and all these companies own the government, and then you get your universal basic income and you shut up. Like
Yeah, he makes me laugh like how Antifa and that. Like, you're a Nazi. He's like, says the one who's dressed there in a uniform, going around destroying property.
well, Nazi's a Western term. What actually was that political party called? Was it the National Fascist? No, I believe it was Socialist Party.
He was socialist, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like,
you bring that up to a socialist, they go mental. Listen, the problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money.
yeah. Yep. Well,
If
and
everyone,
it always turns into communism, and you know what? People just
you want to
start.
see what a leader should look like, go and listen to Thatcher. All my life I've been taught she was a wicked witch. I mean, the day she died, the newspapers literally printed the wicked witch is dead. That's how bad the bias was against her. But you go and listen to what she actually says and that, and you're thinking, oh dear God, you know what? That's actually what we need right now.
Who was the Wicked Witch? What was her name?
Margaret Thatcher.
Oh,
I love her speeches. I do. I'll listen to her. And you want to fall asleep? I'll listen to her. I'll fall asleep.
it's kind of crazy. Even living out here, you go back to the 80s and 90s and listen to people talk on both sides. You're like, damn, both sides were a lot more fucking close together back then than they are now.
Yeah. But it's by design. Like I said, look, we've had left wing. It's been, look. I mean, even look, we've had 14 years of the Conservatives, but things have got more left wing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's because it's fake. It's like here, you have a Democrat president who puts NAFTA in, which is a right wing, like lower the labor market and the cost of everything plan. Then you have a Republican and do a bunch of fucking bailouts and money handouts and distribution of wealth. Then you have another Democrat come in and install the Affordable Care Act and a bunch of other stuff that's right wing. And then you have Trump come in and give out $11 trillion. And it's like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
some
See, people forget
fucking
that about
pendulum
Trump.
that's fit. It's the same party at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
people sit there and say, "Oh, but you know what? The cost of living was low when Trump was there. Taxes was low. Yeah, and now you're
And
paying out your asses free."
until he signed that never signed anything with a T. Like,
You got
well, you
robotic.
know what? There's no fucking conservatives because in order to be conservative, you have to be fiscally conservative, and Trump cut taxes and increased spending, so you're gonna get inflation no matter what.
You got robotic.
I wish Ron Paul would have won back in '08.
Dan, you've gone
Yeah.
robotic.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Where you going? I said you gone robotic, and I say go.
He'll be back.
What? Oh no. Is it me? Am I robotic?
No, I can hear you.
But you've gone robotic now.
then it probably is you.
One sec. I'll even come back.
Hello. Oh, did we lose Gibbo?
No, he said that I was robotic as well, so I think he figured out it was him probably. Because when he said you were going robotic, I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay. I heard it echo through his thing, so I know it was there.
Yeah, it was probably his connection or something.
There he is. Poor Fishy's like, how did I go from what we did earlier to right wing and tell her just cut this part off if you want to.
Hey, we're getting a watch hours up. That's money, ain't it?
I don't know.
She got
I don't
the
know if she
important-
monetizes this stuff.
Well, we'll find out.
It'd be good
Well,
for her channel. I know she got a couple super chats. Deb hit her with the $20 and
I've tried to donate to her channel, but I can't do it.
why is that?
Well, I don't have PayPal. I don't fuck with that. I've got crypto, and I wish I could just sign up with crypto, but it won't let me.
You don't have to have PayPal. You can do
Well,
it with
it's
a debit
PayPal,
card.
credit. Yeah, I don't ever put my debit cards into stuff. So
Oh,
that's just
I
my
would much
style.
rather put my debit card in there than a credit card because it's easier to get the bank to give you your money back.
Right. I'm not worried about that. I don't.
I understand.
yeah.
Yep, I understand.
You know what I used to do? I used to do this ages ago. Like, I'd send £100 super chat, and then I'd go on my Google Pay.
Yeah, have it refunded.
And it was, oh wow, Gibbo, oh, that's so nice. I'm like, oh no, look at me.
Fake super chats.
I do it with movies as well. I buy them on YouTube. I watch it. If I don't like it, I get a refund.
I like the whole idea where people are circumventing it with Snap or Cash App and shit.
We ain't got Cash App anymore. I used to have Cash App. I used to send a lot of money to Americans.
I like it because of the. I mean, as crappy as it is, my nephews, I can give them money for their birthdays and shit. I can just click 2 buttons on my phone and go, boop, there you go.
Yeah, you can't put money in cards these days. Taxman.
Yeah. It's just inconvenient, and I don't want to go to the ATM. I don't like carrying cash because of my job.
I'm the same. You can't save when you got it in your wallet.
Yeah, well, I don't spend cash, but I'm in like Chicago and shit, and if for some reason somebody, you never know. Old habit because I used to deliver food to restaurants in the fucking hood in Detroit and
Yeah.
Chicago and shit, and I'm like, I don't even want to mess with that stuff. Flint, Michigan.
Hey, you on 8 Mile? Empty your wallet.
8 Mile, dude. That's the secret of it. 8 Mile's not even bad. It's 7 Mile and below, dude. It's way worse. 7 Mile, 8 miles. Okay, you go down to 7 Mile, everything's bulletproof glass and bars on the windows.
Yeah, St Helens in just outside Liverpool. I was doing some work there. Oh my god, the Burger King was all caged up. We'd Google a shop like, oh, right, we need a shop for the week. Google a shop. We'd get there, the shop was burnt out. That's the locals. You got any local shops around here? Like, oh yeah, follow me. I'm going to the shop now. So we'd follow them. And all the way they look, you want to buy some crack? You want to buy some of it? No, I don't want to buy nothing off you.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Haggle with them.
Are you going to break into my van? Yes. Okay, I'll buy some crack.
Alright. He's gonna buy the crack and then he breaks into your van and steals the crack out of it.
I remember the woods. Look, the gaffer. I got to work and the gaffer was like, "Where is everyone?" I was like, "I don't know. They was all on the car park this morning." And the gaffer's getting phone calls off everyone. The vans had all been broken into. Oh man, St Helens was bad though. Oh, St Helens, what a place! You wouldn't get your hat on. We was eating in this restaurant, and opposite, I was like, "Oh, that looks like it used to be a lovely restaurant." That did, and the owner's like looking at me, and he's like, "Yeah, don't say that." And I was like, "What happened?" He's like, "Just don't bring trouble in here." So okay,
That's it.
I swear, but it was like an abandoned area, like all the houses and that was all like shuttered off and everything.
Oh yeah, that's the same phenomenon here, man. There's a place I used to deliver to. It's a little like shit pizza shop in like one of the worst parts of Detroit, and the dude would walk you out with a fucking AR. He'd give you like $3,000-4,000 in cash, and walk you out with an AR, and then stand there and wait for you to leave and get on the road,
It's
off
like
the
our
alley and into the
hotel.
road.
Our hotel. This is how bad it was. I walk in, like you go in, you ask for your key, don't you? Your key card, like. They gave me a big fuck off deadlock key. I was like, "What's this?" They was like, "Oh, it's for your door." I was like, "That's a proper key." They was like, "Yeah, we're not going to modernise this place, mate." And I'm walking through the hotel and that, and it was like it was in the 70s. You know what I mean? It was pretty cool though. Out on the lakes as well. I remember I looked out my window and I was like, "What's going on there?" And they go, "Oh, it's just a couple of guys. They're going swinging." I was like, "Shut the curtains." The lake, yeah, we'd go out on the lake after we finish work. We'd drop a rod in, and he's got this old bloke. He was always the same guy as well. He'd come over, cost money to fish here, you know. We was like, "All right then." He's like, "Right, that's it. I'm calling the police." He's like, "All right," and we'd give him a bit of weed or something. He'd go away
So you give
every
them a little
day.
weed and they go away.
Yeah, a little bit of weed. He was all right there.
Oh, that's the grift right there.
It's all right at first, but then it's every day he comes up to you. "Right, lads, cost money to fish here." Like, "Oh, here we go. Someone give him a spliff."
Have you guys legalized that stuff recreationally yet?
Medication wise, it is, but I don't know about how you get it, like.
I find it so funny that I think our country pretty much started the prohibition on that stuff. At least
Yeah,
one of the premier ones, and then shoved it down everybody's throat, and then we're legalizing all of it.
but people think it's legal in Jamaica and that, but it's not. You know.
No, they just don't enforce their laws.
Yeah, I used to know a yardie, and he used to come back with loads of it. I was like, "How'd you break that back in?" He just laughed at me. He's like, "You think they fucking take my weed?"
You always know you're in a safe part of a city when you start seeing these blinking light little portable tower things. I didn't know what they were, and my buddy told me they're the acoustic things that triangulate where gunshots come from.
Oh, they'll keep you safe.
Yeah, yeah. At least they know where to find you when you get shot.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
What is
So, what
this?
did you have for Christmas then?
Oh, I had a wonderful Christmas. How about you, buddy?
25 pairs of socks.
Me too. Me too.
I am buzzing. I was going to go out the other day. In a couple of days to go and get a load of socks. And 25
Uh huh.
fucking pairs. Not a penny spent.
Yep. That's it. I got. My dad got me a bunch of them. He got me 3 of these pairs of like American merino wool socks that were really expensive. I don't know why, because they're like ankle socks, but they're not cotton or merino wool. Great socks, not worth $17 a pair. And then they bought this bag of cheap ones that were. It looks like a wet wipe pouch, and it's 20 pairs of socks, so it's 23 pairs.
See, I got 3 packs of work socks, which are really good durable socks, and then I got 2 packs of cheap tacky ones, which I wanted for to and fro to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm buzzing. 25 pairs.
We're
We'll get
all
you that
old,
one.
man. We're sitting here bragging about getting socks for Christmas. I never thought that day would come.
Oh, no, yeah. Sitting there when you was a kid giving your dad socks thinking, yeah, open them, you prick.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I
And
got
now
my
you're the
toys,
prick.
and you get socks, faggot.
I can't believe how happy I am that I got socks.
That's
Oh,
funny
God.
because like my old lady was the same way. She wanted socks. And she got a massage and some other
See,
stuff.
women don't really wear socks here. They do till they're about my age, and then they start turning into old ladies.
Hmm.
They stop wearing socks, start wearing sandals.
Yeah, my old lady's 24, and she's getting like that. Or no, she wants to wear hey dudes without socks. Like that's
What we need
I don't
is
know
we
if you
need
guys have those over there. They're trash.
what's that?
Hey dudes.
Never heard of them.
They're like socks with a rubber bottom. They're really bad. They hurt, make your knees hurt, your
Oh,
ankles hurt.
yeah, we had them in the '90s. We call them slipper socks.
Yeah, they're just like that kind of. I mean, they look like kind of like loafers, but
I got jewelry here. I gotta send out. I gotta send it to the missus's. Right. I got a necklace, earrings, and a bracelet.
oh, heck yeah!
I brought them in the
I
year
wish my
one.
woman liked that stuff, dude. I've bought her so much jewelry, and she doesn't
It,
care.
it's it's plated, but the stones are meant to be what's worth the money that I paid
Yeah.
for it. It's designed Nicola Valenti. Never heard of it. But I seen it online and I was like, oh, I'll get them. And I bought them throughout the year. I never sent them. I was like, oh, fuck.
What the hell's that guy's problem? Sorry about that. What'd you say?
I was just saying, look, it's plated. It's not like it's not silver. It's silver plated or white gold plated. But it's the stones that are meant to be worth the money on them.
What kind of stones did you get her?
I don't know. I got it. Yeah, I'll tell you. I got square drop earrings, white gold plated. Right, that's a jewel. And I ain't got the sheet for the other ones, but I know one's a diamond. The earrings and they're diamonds,
Oh yeah.
but them earrings it just says jewel. I don't know what that's about.
Did you get some lab grown ones? Did you pull that ace move?
I don't know. It's designer Nicola Valenti.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Brought them throughout the year, and then come Christmas, I got to send them, didn't I?
When I got her engagement ring, I wanted to I wanted to get like I wanted it to be a blood diamond as like a because I didn't want I don't like I think diamonds are fucking dumb. I think they're worthless. I'm more of a sapphire or anything else. Uh,
So you wanted someone to have died for it?
yeah, yeah. Just fuck her. Just fuck her. So I went and got her a real nice. I just made sure it was real. Paid the fucking premium for it.
Every
I'm
time
like,
she
yeah,
went, like,
somebody probably died digging that thing out.
I hope you're happy, love.
I was
As
like,
you're
I'd have
sticking it on
spent
a finger
more.
on the, as you're sticking it on a finger on the wedding day.
Hmm.
Poor half
Did
of
you
a
see that
loogie.
movie? Did you see that movie? That's what happened.
Oh no, I want to do it.
I
I want
bought
to.
her a platinum necklace. I bought her fucking 18 karat gold rope chains and shit. She don't wear it. She wears the platinum necklace, and it looks like stainless steel. She'll wear that and her engagement ring. That's it. I bought her bracelets. Nothing. She don't wear any of them. It's like, come on.
What'd she get you, socks?
Oh, she didn't give me anything,
Oh,
which is good.
typical.
Things.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
boss move.
I don't want. I was like, I'll get what I want. I got to hang out with. I got to go out to a nice restaurant and enjoy that. That's more fun to me.
Yeah, food's always fun.
What did you order, Dan?
Dry aged steak, dog.
Fuck yeah.
Dry
Ribeye?
aged ribeye. Yep. It's like an 18 ounce boy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know what that is in metric. A little over a pound,
But
so
we,
little
no,
over half a kilo. A little over half a kilo of steak.
we do actually weigh our steaks in ounces.
Oh, good, good.
Unless you're buying a
I
pack
have no idea.
unless you're buying a pack of them, like.
I don't know the dry age thing. I'm gonna guess like 4 weeks or something, 6 weeks. I'll have to look. It's wonderful restaurant months.
See, that's another thing. You can't get a decent steak round here. It's all Middle Eastern type places now. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, they fucking ruined everything.
It's just the way of the world now. Well, Europe now.
Hello. Sorry about that. Yeah, wonderful
Yeah,
restaurant in Muncie.
I was just saying there ain't many steakhouses around here. You probably get a couple of bar and grills to Indians, and they don't serve you cow.
Nope, goat, lamb,
Yeah.
chicken, rat. I bet you
Southern
guys
fried
can't
rat.
get a lot of pork out there either.
No, the Indians will serve you pork.
Oh, okay. I know I read some stuff that there was a lot of, was it Ireland? A lot of pubs were shutting down because of the demographic change and the religion that's.
I don't think it's Ireland. I think it's the UK. You've heard about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Ooh.
My little town where I live, there used to be pubs everywhere, and I mean, up the road from my mum's here, it's it's just not a pub anymore. It's you got the what's that called? The Full Moon. It's got all like Arabic written on the sides and that, and it's authentic Turkish food. It says.
Oh no.
That's gay.
Yeah, and then
Sure
you
is.
got the Fairfield. Now you'll never turn that from a pub because my cousins are not drinking there, and there'd be murder.
They will when they burn it down.
No, you'll never burn the Fairfield down. As soon as
Never say
the smell,
never.
as
Yeah,
soon
I
as
was
the
gonna
smell
say.
of smoke happens around here, everyone's like, check on the Fairfield.
Never say never.
No,
A
no,
lot
no.
of Allahu Akbars.
Listen, you're gonna get people killed for saying things like that. Stop it.
I'm sorry, buddy.
You have people from London listening to this, and they're like, "Shit, quick, check the Fairfield."
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I'm
Someone ring
sorry,
the black
guys from
country.
London.
Someone ring Givo, make sure the Fairfield's okay.
Take your country back. Drink alcohol on the streets.
There used to be a nightclub as well, up by where I live. That's a bar and grill now, but that actually makes sense to be a bar and grill because it's not the right place for a nightclub.
Yeah.
It's a little diddy
Don't,
town, like, you know what I mean?
yeah. Yep. Don't you love when they do that?
But put a nightclub in.
Yeah, they've done that out here too. It's like there's like 13,000 people that live out here, and they all go to bed at 8 o'clock at night. There's no way a club's gonna work.
There's the Knight's Quest, big historic pub. I've never seen it open. They've had these new owners. I've never seen it open. Everyone's like, yeah, it's open all the time. Now, this pub's known for being rammed, filled with people, live, everything. Every time I walk past, couldn't hear a cricket.
Really?
Yeah, and
Oh, a
everyone's like,
lot of them here are money laundering stuff.
yeah.
I've seen clubs like that when I lived in Toledo. You go in there, and I even seen strip clubs. Like, there's never anybody in there.
I'd like to go in the thing, because they got a big kitchen in there, and a big dining area. So I like to go in there because the food's fairly cheap in a pub. But again, like I said, I haven't seen it open since the new owners. And people say, "Oh, it's always open." I'm like, I have not heard of a stabbing for weeks. That was like the town's rough hole, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a shoulder and mutton. I'll have to take over now. Opposite me, where I live, literally directly as I come out of mine, off my little estate, the Britannia, it's called. I love it. Big Union
Good
Jack's
bar.
painted on the side.
Oh man, that's like we used to go to a pub, Irish pub in Toledo, and we went out there. Say 2 years ago. I hadn't been out there in like 4 or 5 years, and someone had gotten shot in the head right outside of the place. I'm like, dude, we used to walk around here there were cops everywhere. I don't know what the hell's
Rightfully
going on.
so.
It's a nice area, nice restaurant.
Oh, I remember the ones we landed on our feet at this company. We was working up north in Yorkshire, and they was like, "Oh, sorry about this, lads, but your hotel's in the middle of nowhere." And we was like, "Okay, sounds good." So, like, imagine this big, beautiful wooded area. There's our hotel, like, and
Oh.
there's like, "Oh, sorry, we've only got the pub next door for food." He's like, "Sounds good to me." But we got kicked out of there because the driver. He's one of them. Like, you'd say, can we stay sober tonight? You stay sober. Can you do that? And he's like, yeah, no problem. And you leave him. He's going for a piss. You go and order your food. He's walked in 10 minutes after you. He's bladdered. I'm like, how the fuck's he done this? He walks in bladdered and he's like, oh, he's fighting. He's fighting. Oh my God. Let's have your meal, will you, at least?
You got to drink on an empty stomach. That way your
I
money
got
goes
woke.
further.
I was asleep that night, and I getting woke up by the police. You're all lad. I was like, yeah, I'm all right. I goes, why are you here? He goes, oh, he goes, your roommate's kicking off. He says, in reception fighting. He says, you've been kicked out. I'm like, oh my lord. So I go out, and I'm like, Russ, go to your room and get your stuff. He's like, why? I'm just go and do it. I went and got the back. Fucking, he's murdered. He's like, I was helping him do his house out, and he got bladdered. We got bladdered on the Friday night, and he just didn't stop all weekend. And I was like, "Look, I'm trying to work on your house here." And he said, "Don't worry, Danny. Go on, let's have some cocaine." I'm like, "No, I don't want no cocaine." And then Monday morning come, his doors off. I thought, "Fuck me, that must be the police. What's he done?" I open the door. It's his work, mate. I says, he was meant to pick me up at 6 o'clock. Where is he? He's sniffing till fucking 4 o'clock this morning. He's in bed.
I miss those days.
I left. I couldn't get no work done, so I was like, I'm going home. I just went home. And he phones me every now and then. He's like, you going to come finish my house? I was like, no, I ain't. You finish it yourself. Crazy, man. He's off his rocket. I remember he used to ring our gaffer. Our gaffer used to say, Russ, if you don't come in today, and he'd be in the pub. We're all at work. He's in the pub on the hotel. And the gaffer would be like, Russ, if you don't come in tomorrow, you're sacked. And he'd start sending negotiations. I'll come in tomorrow if you give me a pay rise. And then he'd drag him on to it. He gives Frank a pay rise. The gaffer would call to me. You want a fucking pay rise? What are you? Oh, what the fuck are you on about? Well,
Here's your pay raise. Just show up to work.
You know, Russ is sending all these demands.
Your paychecks are going to get bigger, brother.
Frank wants his own van. I'm like, listen, gaffer, I don't know what he's on about. I get back to the hotel. He's sitting there at the bar, bladdered, being held up by the bar. And I'm like, Russ, what are you doing? He's like, Sure round, any? I'm like, what you gonna be small round? I've come for me dinner. Nah, sure round. You brought the last one. Not you brought the last one. I'll get you a round.
Where's this Dolly? It's 53 degrees out here, man. What's it like out there? Well, I don't know what that is in the old metric.
It is 4 degrees.
20. What is it? What's room temperature? Like 24 degrees?
Yeah, it's about 24 degrees.
It's 49
Normally
degrees
we're-
here, Dan.
Yeah, see, normally, yeah, it's warmer here, believe that. Normally
No.
it's around 0 Celsius out here right now, this time of year, and it's warm.
It's 4 here and foggy. So we might actually freeze to death this winter.
I know you guys don't have gas anymore.
Yeah, we do.
I know. That's what they tell us over here.
I got you.
Because our CIA took your pipeline out from Russia.
Yeah, we got
Hashtag Nord Stream.
Is that the Canadian one? Or is that the Russian one? What was the one here that Biden decided they just weren't going to let them use and it's destroyed because they shut it down? From Canada all the way down to Mexico or something?
That's what happened here. The Conservatives, before they went out of power, spent 400 million on building all the stuff to do all the digging and that for the oil. And Labour have come in and they've spent about 400 million dismantling all that drill and saying, no, we're going to go green energy.
Oh, fuck, I can't remember the pipeline out here. It was a real big work project. They got it pretty much finished, and then Biden and them shut down the ability to use it. And apparently, if you don't use it, it all goes bad. So basically, just trashed billions of dollars.
That's exactly what happened here. They got it all ready. It was all ready to go. The drill was about to go down. I think it was due to go down just after the election. The Labour got in. They got, no, we're shutting that down. We don't want none of that. Just for fuck me.
Yeah, I can't believe that stuff. It's like where I live, we have a lot of wind turbines. Okay. Our town basically our taxpayers pay for the maintenance and the wind turbines, but there's some tax credits that schools got and farmers got. It's a bad deal. Short term, it was decent. We get to pay for them in perpetuity, but we don't even get the energy. It goes out to the East Coast of New York and that. Like, it doesn't even touch we don't get green energy where we live because it makes no sense. 1 or 2 of them would have powered our whole city, and we don't even get to touch it. We just run on coal.
At least we shut down all the nuclear power plants. It's now against the law.
Was that after Fukushima or recently?
No, this is under Labour. It's against the law for use them. But listen to this. We're now building new ones in the UK for other countries to use.
Oh no! Oh no! You guys are so cucked over there, man.
Listen to this. They turn around and
You're gonna export fucking nuclear energy, but you can't use it. So your energy bill has to be outrageous.
And
you guys are gonna pay for it too. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. If it's anything like the United States, the power company will take all the money, and you guys will pay for the nuclear plants to be built.
What's it called as well? They announced a £500 million tax for farmers. So farmers have got to, I don't know how it's going to work, but they've got to pay 500 million over the next year.
For what?
Well, they announced straight after they announced that they're now giving 500 million to farmers abroad.
Oh yeah, What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? That's
They ain't got,
shit
they ain't
we
got,
do
they ain't
here
got,
too.
they ain't got the money this year to give winter fuel allowance to the elderly. And then straight after that, they announced what was it? They're giving. I can't remember what country they're giving it, but they're giving in the same breath. They couldn't afford to. I think it was 800 million or something like that. But we're giving 800 million to so and so country. And I was like, are you joking?
That's what I meant by cucked. We're like that. We're like that too, man. You know, they have those hurricanes down in Florida and then the floods from the hurricanes up in North Carolina. They give
Yeah,
them loans for $750 and then give Ukraine billions.
don't
It's
even
like,
have to.
dude,
You have that, Zelensky. You have that, mate.
I don't mind
It's
helping
crazy.
people out, and I get you gotta pay to play to keep people happy, but
They have all these celebrities on the front line saying, even I'm fighting for my country, you know, like the Klitschko brothers and all that. Usyk's just won the world. Well, he already had the titles actually, but he just won the rematch. And all them celebrities that was out at war was all there. The war
they
just
did.
stopped for the night.
Oh,
Crazy.
I'm at a loss on that shit, man. I can understand decommissioning old nuclear power plants because they're not as safe as they should be or whatever. I get that, but to not
No,
have them,
they do it anyway every couple of years. So a nuclear power plant in the UK. I don't know how long. Look, you know, I'm not privy to that information, but they have them for so long and then they destroy them.
ugh,
But they said they won't be rebuilding them.
yeah, that's the part that.
But nuclear power is safer than wind turbines. Because
Well, and
wind
the problem
turbines,
with it is too is yeah, they say it's the waste that's bad, but if there was any incentive, because you can't like if you remove the plutonium or if it's plutonium and uranium to re-refine it, like they can refine it and use it, and they don't. Not to the like you can use every bit of that. Then they know how to do it. I don't know why they don't.
well, apparently that's why they reckon the Middle East is being emptied. They reckon that the Middle East is being emptied because that's going to be a nuclear dump soon. They reckon that they'll start dumping the nuclear waste there.
You think so? I thought we were going to do that in Africa.
They should fly it to Mars.
They want to mine Africa.
But they should. But that's the problem. That's what I was getting at. Zero is they shouldn't because someday if we ever decide that we need to do something with it, it's going to be valuable as all get out. They just don't care to do anything with it.
They're going to Mars. They're leaving us behind. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Fucking, the working class can stay here. We're going to Mars. See you later. Ta-ra.
No, but have you ever looked into how much we all spend on, and I mean we all, like you guys in the UK and the United States and all that, spend on hot fusion through our tax dollars? It's fucking trash. Billions and billions and billions, if not trillions.
I don't think we've hit trillions yet.
No, I meant all of us together. We haven't spent trillions on it either. This is like a whole worldwide research effort, and
Yeah, but if you look
never one net watt of energy, brother. Like
yeah, but if you look
positive
into it
energy.
yourself, you'll find that billions and billions and billions that they're paying in tax, majority of that's going in their own pockets.
Oh, I don't know. I know some of it's the resources and the amount of people they put in there. But yeah, it's probably contractors and all that stuff.
Everything is money laundering now. Why do you think they give so much money abroad? They give it
Oh,
abroad,
I
and
know. What
They've
does
got
the
that money
United
out.
States do? $20 billion or $7 billion to oh, what is it? Zero. I always like to cite it. It's transgender LGBT studies in Pakistan.
It wasn't billion. It was somewhere in like 5 million, 10 million.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought it was a lot more than that.
No,
Why
it's
they
all
do?
bullshit though.
Why they
Well,
do
yeah,
that
it's
in
just funding. It's
Pakistan?
funding ISIS and Al Qaeda and all those guys, the Taliban. That's all it is. It's
Yeah.
like giving money to Turkey. That's all you're doing. You're just giving money straight to the
Yeah, it's
like
like
that money that they gave that Obama gave fucking Iran. It's all terrorist funding.
here now. Oh, I don't know what he's saying. Yeah, here
I gotta
now
go see
you'll
what's going
find
on.
Muslim-owned shops only accept cash.
They won't, or
No,
only.
they only accept cash.
Yeah, because I don't want to pay taxes.
No, it's because it's going to the Middle East. All of it's going to the Middle East to support, like you just said, Palestine, not Palestine, Al Qaeda, ISIS and things like that. That's what they support. And the government don't do nothing about it because they're doing the exact same thing when they're saying like, "Oh, we're gonna give Syria 100 million to help them out with their new government." But what new government?
Oh,
They've just been
man.
overthrown by a bunch of terrorists. They got rid of one. They got rid of the dictator for terrorists.
I
So
can't
yeah, but
believe
we're gonna be nicely this time. We're gonna be nice.
I can't believe Syria fell, man. I was shocked.
No. All by design. You either flee or we come in. That's what would have been said to him.
Well, I mean, Zero and I get into it a lot off air. Not on any shows. There's like biblical prophecy about Syria falling. Not good.
I don't know about that. I know that Israel want to build a temple. That's biblical. If that gets built, apparently, that's a prophecy.
Yeah, they have to tear down the Dome of the Rock, though. They're not gonna do that.
I thought someone else had to. I thought it had to be destroyed, and it's likely going to happen with what's going on over there.
What is it?
I thought it's meant to be destroyed by like their enemies, and that's likely to happen now with everything that's going on over there.
Blood moons next year, guys. Was it the red calf was born? Ugh.
Oh, I was going to say,
Got a little Chabad Lubavitch on you.
when Cartman finds the red cow.
Oof.
Right, I'm going to go anyway. I need to go and rest this neck. I don't know what's wrong with me, man.
Do what?
My neck is stiff. I need to go and rest it. I'll let you go. Yeah, man. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I gotta roll these windows up. It's loud out here.
I said I'll speak to you in a bit. I'm gonna jump off.
Oh yeah, I'll shut her down. To anyone
Yeah,
who's
man.
listening or sleeping, love you guys. Oh,
I don't think
Keystone
anybody's listening.
Pipeline. That was that pipeline. Thanks, Paradox. Get some rest, brother. What is
Yeah,
it?
man.
5 o'clock in the morning out there? 6 o'clock in the morning?
7.
Ooh,
It's Christmas. I'm allowed.
can you hear me?
What?
Okay.
All right. I'll see you in a bit.
Yep. Later, man.
Yeah, man.